We will have that visually for you during this telephone conference.
It's the North Alabama Home and Garden Show at the Von Braun Civic Center, September 8th, 9th, and 10th. Shop and compare from over 100 exhibitor booths.
2 packages for $1. And get a sweet deal on baking ingredients like Dixie Crystal Sugar, 5 pounds for $1.69. Winn-Dixie has more choices and lower prices for the holidays.
Call the 31 viewer line at 533-3131.
The following is a special presentation from 31 Sports, the sports station.
It has been said that a man's character is judged not by whether he wins or loses, but by how he played the game. With so precious little on the line other than bragging rights, character will play a big role in tomorrow afternoon's Alabama-Auburn football game. Last year, it was the battle of the unbeatens, 2 teams heading toward possible greatness. This year, Auburn is heading to a bowl for the first time in 5 years, while Alabama is battling the NCAA for the same right. Character, the defining moment in who will win tomorrow's game, may very well come down to what's deep inside the souls of the players on the field. Who has the motivation? Who has the drive? Tonight, 31 Sports will try to answer those questions as we present our Super Saturday preview, Alabama at Auburn, the game. Tonight's primetime telecast from Auburn's Jordan-Hare Stadium is being brought to you by AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Williams Service, over 50 locations in North Alabama. By Taco Bell, introducing 3 classic bacon tastes, a whole new spin. And by Mountain Dew, do the do.
Good evening, everybody. You are looking live at Jordan-Hare Stadium at the loveliest village on the plains in Auburn, Alabama, where tonight the stadium is empty, awaiting tomorrow's clash of the Titans between visiting Alabama and homestanding Auburn. Good evening, everybody. I'm Gus Hergert. My pleasure to welcome you to another one of our primetime specials as we prepare for the game, as the University of Alabama takes on Auburn University. Regardless of records, regardless of what is in front of both teams in the future, no game is greater than this game here. Let's show you what's ahead in the next 1 hour in our primetime special. We'll look back on the 95 seasons. I'll go one-on-one with both head football coaches. Interesting conversation with both. You won't want to miss it. The quarterbacks, friends or enemies? Well, we're going to find that out. We'll talk to the players about the game, and Ray Green joins us with expert analysis. We'll have an entire anchor crew joining us here from Jordan-Hare Stadium as we brought everybody down to the loveliest village. From my far right to my left, Coach Ray Green joined us. And Ray, we sat through, you and I did it on the set for the Florida-Auburn and for the Alabama-Tennessee game. That was fun. This is great.
Well, this is the big one, and everybody in this state and around the country will be watching and looking forward to seeing it being played.
And as well, joining me is my regular broadcast partner, Jeff Spiegel. And Jeff, you and I have done countless specials now, and we have done countless football games. This would be a game you and I would love to do.
You know, David Lamb and I were talking about it just a while ago. You know, it doesn't have the stakes as last year. There are no national title implications, but you walk around, it's been an all-day party here at Auburn University. We had a big fireworks display just a while ago, and they're treating it like it is another battle of the unbeaten.
Well, it doesn't matter when these two clash. Also joining us is David Lamb, who usually roams the sidelines for us during our small college football games. Dave, you've had a chance to talk to the players, get their feel. That was Dave's assignment for this show, and you know they're ready to play.
Oh, absolutely. We talk about not as much on the line. You have a hard time telling by the way these guys talk about this, Gus. The players are as fired up as if it were a national championship on the line. Some interesting thoughts. We'll hear about that.
And we'll come back to a chilly Jordan-Hare Stadium, and we'll begin with the meat of the show. Certainly hope you'll stay with us as we continue live from Auburn, Alabama.
You know, that son of mine is really something. Well, he's doing field research on high-altitude geological rock formations.
hence the Slamming Mountain Dew.
Education is priceless.
I'm going to go fill up the car. Do you need anything?
Yeah, Williams is a great place. Hey, pick up some oil and I'll do the oil change on your truck tomorrow.
How did you know I was going to Williams Service?
Because you're a smart lady.
Most of our lady customers already know that they get a better deal on gasoline at Williams Service than anywhere else. Williams Service has been in the business of supplying quality gasoline at independent prices to the people of North Alabama for over 40 years. And you save money.
Here, I got your present, handyman.
A lot of folks in Johnson City, Tennessee will tell you when you need a part for your car, go to AutoZone. The parts are top quality, the prices are low, and the people are helpful, like Gary Jennings. You see, when it comes to auto parts, folks will tell you Gary really knows his stuff. Oh, sure, they know there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Gary, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
There's nothing like a good bacon cheeseburger. But no matter how much you dress it up, dress it down, or disguise it, it's still a bacon cheeseburger. Unless it's a bacon cheeseburger burrito from Taco Bell. Introducing 3 classic bacon tastes loaded with bacon. The bacon cheeseburger burrito, the BLT soft taco, and the chicken club burrito. The Taco Bell sizzling bacon menu starting at 99 cents. One thing people can't disguise is how much they love them.
There are a few sights lovelier than Jordan-Hare Stadium, and at night you get a particularly keen view that it's empty, but it's waiting for the game tomorrow. Gus Herger, Jeff Spiegel, Ray Green, Dave Lamb, along for our league game special. And let's get things kicked off where we go back and look at the seasons. The first half of the season was interesting, Jeff, in the fact that it all started bad for Alabama. Both teams picked up a loss in the first half of the season. It was a unique first half of the season compared to recent years.
Yeah, when the season began, the Auburn fans were full of optimism because the Auburn Tigers were coming off of NCAA probation. Meanwhile, there was a feeling of impending doom in Tuscaloosa.
The penalties imposed by the Committee on Infractions.
The toughest hit of Alabama's football season was delivered by the NCAA on August 2nd. The Crimson Tide was rocked with major sanctions, a postseason ban for 1995, and scholarship reductions. A month later, Bama took the field at Vanderbilt with a number 11 ranking. The Tide found itself down by 5 points with less than 5 minutes to play. On 4th and 4, Gene Stallings says, go for it. Brian Bergdorf delivered a bullet to Todrick Malone to give Bama a 26-25 lead. A little later, some insurance. Brad Ford picks off a pass and goes 46 yards for the touchdown. The Tide survives the Nashville experience and beats Vandy 33-25. The Auburn Tigers played its first game without the bonds of probation against Ole Miss. The Tigers took a number 6 ranking into the game. Ole Miss held Heisman hopeful Stephen Davis to 70 yards. However, Davis did score 2 touchdowns. While the Rebs were taking away the run, Patrick Nix was going to the air. Nix threw for 382 yards, breaking Pat Sullivan's record of 366 yards, which stood for a quarter of a century. The Tigers rolled up 527 yards of offense and routed Ole Miss 46-13. However, Auburn failed to make a gain in the poll, remaining 6th. Alabama dropped 2 spots to number 13. The Crimson Tide played its home opener September 9th against Southern Mississippi. The home folks were not happy when Southern Miss jumped out to a 17-3 lead at halftime. The fans were downright worried when the Golden Eagles took a 20-17 lead with less than 3 minutes to play. Then it was time for Brian Bergdorf to shine. The senior led the Tide on a 12-play, 80-yard march, culminating with a Hail Mary 35-yard touchdown pass to Todrick Malone on 4th down, no less. The Tide breaks the Golden Eagles' hearts, 24-20. The Auburn Tigers had a field day against Division I AA UT Chattanooga. Auburn amassed 617 yards of total offense, took a 49-3 lead at halftime, and wound up with a 76-10 victory. The lopsided score helped the Tigers move up 1 notch in the poll to number 5. Alabama held at 13th. On September 16th, the Tide welcomed the Arkansas Razorbacks to town. The Tide defense turned in a solid performance, but did not get any help. The Bama offense picked up only 1 first down in the second half. That allowed Arkansas to stay in it and eventually win it. A Barry Lunny to J.J. Metters TD pass in the final seconds tagged the Tide with a 20-19 defeat. The Tigers were in Death Valley, and LSU was dead set on avenging a 30-26 defeat it suffered at the hands of Auburn in 1994. Auburn's most embarrassing moment of 1995? Well, how about the official's whistle Patrick Nix thought he heard? Turned out to be some kids goofing around in the stands. Nix was sacked for a safety. The Tigers' high-powered offense never found the end zone. As close as it got was on the final play of the game. LSU wins 12-6. Auburn falls from 5th to 14th in the poll. The Crimson Tide tumbled from 13th to 23rd. Both teams then took a week off, which actually helped them in the polls. Auburn moved up 1 to 13th. Alabama jumped up 3 spots to 20th. The Tide hit the road September 30th for a game against Georgia. The defense showed its muscle, stopping the Bulldogs with a goal line stand to deny a Georgia score. The D also scored points. Kevin Jackson's interception return put the lid on a 31-0 victory. Auburn took its frustrations from the LSU defeat to Lexington. Kentucky was the victim. Auburn scored touchdowns on its first 4 possessions. Patrick Nix was 18 of 27 for 262 yards and 3 touchdowns. Stephen Davis and Fred Beasley combined for 148 yards. Auburn took a 35-7 halftime lead and never looked back, coasting to a 42-21 victory. The win pushed the Tigers up 2 notches to number 11, while Alabama moved up 4 notches to number 16. October 7th was homecoming at the University of Alabama, and the alumni went away happy after a 27-11 Tide victory over North Carolina State. The Tide introduced the passing game to its offense, throwing for 206 yards. 41 of them came on this little swing pass to Ed Sissom that went for a touchdown. Meanwhile, the Tigers were trouncing Mississippi State. Patrick Nix completed 23 of 28 for 274 yards and 2 touchdowns, as Auburn rolled up 652 yards. Stephen Davis had one of his best days, running for 162. The Tigers whipped the Bulldogs 48-20. The win vaulted the Tigers 4 notches and back into the top 10 at number 7. The Tide moved up 4 spots as well to number 12. Then both teams got ready for the crucial second Saturday in October.
Well, there you go. The first half of the season is in the books, and Ray Green, for Alabama in the first half of the season, the NCAA investigation and sanctions had to have been deflating.
Well, you know, although the coaches said that they would try to put it behind them in terms of getting prepared for the season, it has to loom in the minds of players, coaches, and everybody at the Alabama staff and faculty exactly what was going to happen. And no matter how hard you try to put something like that out of your mind, it has to affect your preparation and the way you get ready for the season.
And Jeff, as you looked at this package, for Auburn going through 2 great seasons when Terry Bowden came to Auburn University, and now they stumble early, that's got to be tough for Auburn University.
Yeah, I think the problem all came down to defense. I think there were some concerns about the defense going into the season, and they hadn't counted on using 3 freshmen, which are in the defensive starting lineup now, but that's what they had to go with, so they're taking their lumps while these guys get some experience.
Jeff, thank you, and good job on the pack. When we come back to Jordan-Hare Stadium, we'll bring you the second half of the seasons, and it's a whole different spin one more time. We'll be back live to Jordan-Hare Stadium here at Auburn, Alabama, coming up right after this.
No kick being thrown from a plane. 1,000-foot fall doesn't thrill them at all. So tell me, why should it be true that they get a kick out of do? All right, now.
In Murray, Utah, a lot of folks like to work on their cars themselves, and they come to AutoZone because they know they'll find quality parts, low price, great selection, and helpful people like Rick Perry. Now, Rick's been around cars all his life, so he knows a thing or two about looking up parts and solving problems. And whether it's selling new parts or testing old ones, he's always glad to help. You see, when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
The BLT. It's an American classic. But how can you make it more interesting? Well, you can make it exotic. You can make it friendly. You can even make it finger food. But if you're Taco Bell, you make it a taco. Introducing the BLT Soft Taco and 2 other classic bacon tastes loaded with bacon. The Bacon Cheeseburger Burrito and the Chicken Club Burrito. The Taco Bell Sizzlin' Bacon menu starting at 99 cents. But hurry, unlike most classics, they won't be around for long.
Dad, it's cold in here.
Won't be for long, son.
What's that?
K1 kerosene from Williams Service. We'll knock the chill off this old house and save money, too.
Dad, you go to Williams Service a lot.
That's right, son. You know, they carry a quality product at a fair price.
Then I'll go to Williams Service when I get older. Hey, Dad, it's getting warmer in here already.
Yeah.
Why settle for the ordinary when you can own custom-created jackets and caps for the price of stock items? At Horizon by K Sportswear, orders of just a dozen items can be custom-made to your specifications. But handling orders of 12,000 are no trouble at all. Jacket size from double extra small to 5 extra large long can be customized with your school or corporate colors, and all items are cut, sewn, embroidered, and shipped from Elkmont, Alabama, USA. Horizon by K Sportswear. Available at select sporting goods and advertising specialty distributors nationwide. For more information on our custom jackets and caps, call 1-800-JACKETS for a catalog and the name of the dealer nearest you. Horizon Jackets and Caps, proud suppliers to 31 Sports.
And we thank you for spending your Friday night with us as we prepare you for Super Saturday tomorrow afternoon's Alabama at Auburn football game. Good evening again, everybody. I'm Gus Hergert. We've already showed you the first half of the season, had some surprises in it. The second half of the season would prove to be special, not in the way that both teams wanted, but it ended up that 4 of the 12 best football teams in all of America played in the state of Alabama on the same day. Tracy Flesh begins the second half of the season.
William Watts.
The second half of the season got off to a tough start for both Alabama and Auburn on October 14th. At Legion Field in Birmingham, Tennessee's 9-year winless streak against Alabama came to an end. By the end of the first quarter, Tennessee had rolled to 200 yards of offense and a 21-0 lead. And by the end of the first half, the Vols led 28-7. In the second half, Alabama came out and put together an impressive drive. Town Creek redshirt freshman Montoya Madden broke free on a 15-yard scoring strike. Bama was back within 2 touchdowns, trailing 28-14. But Bama's momentum was taken away right after the ensuing kickoff. Jay Graham took the handoff from Manning and went 75 yards for the score. The Crimson Tide would not recover. Tennessee beats Alabama for the first time since 1985, 41-14. The loss drops the Tide to 4-2 overall and 2-2 in the Southeastern Conference. Bama wasn't the only team to taste defeat on October 14th. The 7th-ranked Auburn Tigers played host to 3rd-ranked Florida. The Tigers got on the board first, scoring on the 3rd play of the game. Gator quarterback Danny Werfel fumbles the ball. Anthony Harris scoops it up and rumbles 20 yards for the touchdown. Auburn led 7-0 just 25 seconds into the game. The Tigers took a 10-0 lead after a field goal, but after that, this game was all Florida. The Gators blew the game wide open at the end of the second quarter and early in the third, scoring 4 touchdowns in a span of 5.5 minutes. 3 Werfel scoring passes, 2 to Chris Doring and 1 to Ike Hilliard. Florida handed Bowden's first ever loss at Jordan-Hare Stadium, 49-38. The loss dropped the Tigers to 4-2 overall and 3-2 in the SEC. The Tigers dropped 6 spots in the poll to 13th, while Alabama drops to 21st. On October 21st, the Crimson Tide tried to bounce back against Ole Miss. 1 week after being blown out by Tennessee, the Crimson Tide defense was back to form. Bama's defense scored the game's first 9 points. Alabama goes on to win 23-9. The Crimson Tide improves to 5-2 on the year and 3-2 in the conference. Down on the Plains, the Tigers stepped out of conference on October 21st to take on Western Michigan. In a game that should have been a rout, the Tigers struggled to a 34-13 win. Auburn's defense gave up 327 yards, while the Tigers' high-powered offense was held to a season-low 263 yards. The Auburn victory upped the Tigers' record to 5-2 overall. Despite the lackluster performance, Auburn moved up 2 spots in the poll to 11th, while Alabama climbed 3 spots to 18th. On October 28th, the Alabama Crimson Tide played a non-conference game against North Texas. Like Auburn did the week before in a non-conference game, the Crimson Tide struggled, leading just 10-7 at the half. But the Crimson Tide offense did come alive in the second half, scoring 2 touchdowns in the third and fourth quarters. Bama finished with 465 yards of total offense, including a season-best 219 yards rushing. The 38-19 victory gave the Tide their 6th win compared to 2 losses. The Auburn Tigers were on the road October 28th for one of their biggest games of the year. The Tigers needed a victory over surprising Arkansas to keep alive any hopes of winning the SEC's Western Division. Those hopes of a division championship seemed doomed early as Arkansas came out playing flawless football. The Tigers couldn't seem to find an answer to Arkansas's offense, which had accumulated 300 yards and a 27-0 halftime lead. But the second half was a different story. The Tigers' no-huddle offense began clicking, and so did Patrick Nix. Nix set school records for pass completions with 34 and yardage totaling 387. Nix's touchdown pass to Eric Lowe and following 2-point conversion with 18 seconds left cut Arkansas's lead to 30-28. The Tigers had a chance to win it with the field goal as the clock expired, but Matt Hawkins' 52-yard field goal was partially blocked. Arkansas wins 30-28. The Auburn Tigers dropped to 5-3 on the year, 3-3 in the SEC. After the loss, the Tigers dropped 10 spots to 21st, while Alabama jumped 2 spots to 16th. On November 4th, the Crimson Tide played host to the LSU Tigers. The Tide looked like the Bama of old with a 10-3 win over LSU. The Crimson Tide controlled the game with its running game. Dennis Riddle ran the ball 33 times for 174 yards. The victory upped the Tide's record to 7-2 overall, 4-2 in the SEC. Down on the Plains, the Auburn Tigers celebrated homecoming against Northeast Louisiana. The Tigers did exactly what you're supposed to do on homecoming, win, and win big. After missing most of the first half with a bruised knee, Stephen Davis returned to finish with 111 yards and 2 touchdowns. The 38-14 win was Auburn's 6th of the year. The Tigers moved up 1 spot to 20th, while Alabama stayed the same, holding down the 16th spot. On November 11th, the Crimson Tide looked to pick up their 4th straight win with a victory over Mississippi State. The Tide got what they wanted. Dennis Riddle had another big day, rushing 181 yards on 38 carries. The 14-9 win improved the Crimson Tide to 8-2 overall, 6-2 in the SEC. The Auburn Tigers were in Athens, Georgia to take on the Georgia Bulldogs on the 11th. This game proved to be an offensive shootout with the Tigers leading 20-14 at the half. Patrick Nix passed for 217 yards and 1 touchdown. Stephen Davis finished with 152 yards. Auburn wins 37-31 to improve to 7-3 overall, 4-3 in the conference. The victory assures the Tigers of a bowl bid regardless of the outcome of the Alabama-Auburn football game. Despite the victory, the Tigers dropped 1 place in the polls to 21st. The same happens to Alabama. The Tide comes in at 17th. For the Alabama-Auburn preview, Tracy Flesh, 31 Sports.
And if we thank you, Tracy. Tracy's pulling double duty tonight. We've got some high school playoffs. Tracy's the only member of our staff not here with us tonight, and we thank Tracy for pulling the double duty and getting the show ready and also getting the high school football covered for you for tonight's newscast. Ray, our first Super Saturday when we had Auburn, Florida, and Alabama, Tennessee, that was the point in this season where these teams had to establish their national championship hopes or set them aside for something else.
Well, that's true, but, you know, when you look at the 2 teams that beat the in-state teams, you're looking at 2 great football teams with a lot of weapons, and on that Saturday, Auburn got off to a great start by taking advantage of some turnovers. Alabama led at Tennessee score first, and it just went downhill after that. So, you know, there's nothing to be ashamed of in losing those 2 teams. They've got great records and great people, but it did start the people talking and making them wonder, but I don't think either team has anything to be ashamed of because both those teams could probably beat anybody on a given Saturday.
And Jeff, when you talk about these two teams, I mean, except in this state, 8-2, 7-3, I mean, that's a pretty darn good year.
Yeah, but not good enough for these fans, Gus. Not quite good enough at all. But they have had good years and very respectable seasons. But now the Alabama offense, I think, has come on in the past couple of weeks with some good performances against LSU and Mississippi State.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I had time earlier this week. We flew down here to Auburn on Monday. I sat down with Terry Bowden. Then last night in Tuscaloosa, I sat down, night before last, rather, in Tuscaloosa, I sat down with Alabama head football coach Gene Stallings. Well, in talking with Terry Bowden, he feels like last week's game may be a precursor to what you'll see in this week's football game. The Georgia win and the way you won it is seemingly very important to you as you prepare for Alabama.
Well, it is, because you see, you know, there's not a whole lot different, I hate to say it, than the way our boys have played this year and last year. Oh, we may be weaker up front in the defensive line because we're all new, we're not seniors. We may be stronger in a certain area than last year, but every year that I've been here, because we're not a dominant talent team, we have to win every single close game, and we always have. And then we lost 1.5 last year. Yeah. But what happens is, if you're going to be a team that you don't have better talent than every single year, you better win your close games to have great years. Well, what I've liked this year, and regardless of what people say, and that's what I was telling my players, don't listen to what people say. You have fought every minute of every game, and I've been here 3 years, and there has not been one game of the 4 that we've lost and 1 that we've tied where the outcome of that game was for sure on the last play of the game, because it was an onside kick at Florida this year.
That's right.
Every other game came down somewhat to the very last play of the clock. And so in 3 years, if a group of seniors could sit back and say, you know, we've won almost all our games but 4.5, and every single one came down the last play, I'm not sure there's any team in America that can say that about their football program.
When we visited right before the Florida game, you and I spoke about the games you're supposed to win and the games that you must win. So far this season, Coach, it would look to me like you have won most of the games you were supposed to win, and the ones you didn't, those were even money games anyway.
Well, that's the thing about it is, I think in this conference we're finding out most of us are all even money. For some reason, Florida has got everybody's number. They're out there figuring out how to play pretty good defense and pretty good offense. The rest of us haven't figured out how to play good on both sides of the ball. We thought Tennessee was one of those, but Florida showed them a thing about football by beating them 62-30. So it seems like there's Florida, and then there's the rest of us out there that are trying to figure out how to play good offensively and defensively. And that's kind of it's upsetting to me. It's upsetting to all of us, the old SEC teams, and I think we all got to figure that out. But because of that, we're all sitting there and nobody's a favorite. I mean, we may be a favorite at one place. That team may have won a lot more last year, but we better fight for a victory. And I found that out going into LSU to a sold-out crowd. I found that out going into the War Memorial Stadium to play an Arkansas team that felt hungry like we were in '93. I found out at Georgia where you had a bunch of players playing for their beleaguered coach and a good fella and such a hard Ray Goff, and they're playing way above where they've been able to play earlier. And you find out this league, you better just go out there and fight and try to win a fourth-quarter game.
And speaking of Ray Goff, the wires are reporting that he has been fired at the University of Georgia. No confirmation. That is reports on the Associated Press wire as of today. Now, with Gene Stallings, obviously you want to find out how far and how well this season has gone for him. Could he have won them all? What does he think about the season? That's what I asked him on Wednesday night. You've had a very good season at 8-2. You have 2 games that you feel like that you should have won. Every football coach feels like you ought to win them all.
We shouldn't have won the Tennessee game this year. They just beat us. I mean, we didn't make any plays. Football games are won by football players. And we had several opportunities to make some plays. We just didn't do it. And we had the opportunity to win the Arkansas game.
But in looking at that season, this has been a splendid season based on what you've had to do to keep these players' minds on the football game based on everything going on around them.
By and large, you're right. I think the leadership we've gotten from our older players and the captains, and to keep things sort of on what's happening this particular weekend, I think you're right. The players have done a good job, and I'm proud of them, really. I wish we were undefeated, and I wish we were playing for the national championship, not undefeated, not playing for the national championship. But this team will be special for me. When I think back of the various teams that I've been associated with, well, I'll remember this one.
Well, and then this week, they're not even allowed to concentrate on Auburn. They have to concentrate on the football game, and then writers and reporters are asking them about the NCAA appeal, and everything that you want the players to do, it seems they're not allowed to do it. They can't just concentrate on football. That's tough.
Well, it's been one of those years, and that's what I say. As you mentioned a little earlier, they've still won 8. And that's going to help them when they get out of school, too. Everything's not going to be easy there. And in a little adversity, you know, that doesn't hurt a player. It's just how he responds when he has a little adversity. And I think our players have had their share this year.
Well, and as you know, the University of Alabama went through the appeals process on the Committee of Infractions and Appeals. That transpired yesterday. It could take up to 10 days to hear. And Ray, I don't like what the NCAA does to colleges. I didn't like what they did to Auburn. I do not like what they're doing to Alabama. I think they do not handle themselves with respect, and I don't think they handle themselves very properly.
Well, you know, the saying is the NC2A is us, and the colleges are the people that make up the NC2A, and the rules are made to protect the rules and the players and everybody involved. So if any change is going to be made, it has to come through the presidents and the people that comprise the NC2A.
Jeff, as one of our old friends walks up, Pat Dye, when you look at Gene Stallings, and you discuss Gene Stallings and the rumors of his departure, this has been a person who's been great for the University of Alabama.
Yeah, it's been a very frustrating time for him, too. And I think that he took a football team that was not a very good offensive football team when the year began. I think he's done the best that he could do with them. The criticism has been very unfair on Gene Stallings. Look at what he's done. I mean, he's led this team to a national championship.
And quickly, Dave Lamb, when you talk about what has happened under Terry Bowden here at Auburn, pretty spectacular.
Yeah, you think greatness, absolutely, Gus. You know, Terry Bowden, this year for the first time, he's finding out what it's like whenever you lose at Auburn. He's found out this year, lost to Alabama last year. I guess the honeymoon is over, and he's finding out how that feels.
No, but it's been a great honeymoon.
Yeah,
we'll come back to Jordan-Hare Stadium, continue our live preview of the game from Auburn, Alabama, right after this.
Thursday through Sunday, Heilig Myers Furniture says the impossible. No credit refused. We repeat, no credit refused. Which means if you want new furniture, you can have new furniture if you buy it through Sunday at Heilig Myers. No credit refused. You heard right. It's the boldest offer in the history of furniture from the only store big enough to pull it off.
We're Heilig Myers.
Appearing on video cassette for $22.98 or less. Look for the free Pepsi mail-in offer.
The holiday season is a time for family, friends, and good food. And you'll find holiday favorites priced lower every day at Winn-Dixie. Recently, we checked prices on holiday items. We purchased 68 name brands and compared price for price at Winn-Dixie, Food World, and Kroger. Winn-Dixie was 8% lower than Food World and 12% lower than Kroger. For lower prices on holiday favorites, shop Winn-Dixie, the low price leader.
Animals say cheese for a worthy valley cause. The story at 10.
Tonight's primetime telecast from Auburn's Jordan-Hare Stadium is being brought to you by AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Williams Service, over 50 locations in North Alabama. By Taco Bell, introducing 3 classic bacon tastes, a whole new spin. And by Mountain Dew, do the do. And we welcome you again, everybody, as we start to get ready for the second half of our preview special as the University of Alabama comes to Auburn University. Here's what's ahead in the second half of this special tonight. We'll talk more with the coaches coming up in this half. Also, we'll talk about the keys to the victory for both teams, and we'll tell you what we're going to do tomorrow night in prime time to bring you a look at the aftermath of the game, and we will have staff picks for you.
And we were able to finagle Pat Dye into joining us here on the set. And, Coach, it's always a pleasure to see you, and we thank you for sitting down with us.
Well, I really didn't come to get on television, I promise you. My brother and sheriff friend of his were here in town, and I want to bring the wives down and let them walk down there on the field and see what it's like when it's quiet and no excitement going on. And I saw you up here, and I just stopped by to visit.
Well, I appreciate it. You know, when we talk about this football program, Coach Bowden, following you, had a tough task, and he has performed admirably, and he has taken the program forward.
Absolutely, and he has done a tremendous job, and and we've got a great relationship. I kind of come and go as I please, and you know, he's been wonderful.
And you got a little competition for us. I know you're starting to do a little bit of TV work.
Well, we've done this show on Sports South with Barbara Dooley, and she's crazy, but it makes my job easy, and we have a good time. It's a fun show to do, and it's right now I'm about 4 games up in the pick, so she's gonna have to sing War Eagle when we have the last show of the year.
Coach, thanks for coming in, and I know you didn't come to be on, but thanks for stopping.
Thank you, and we should have a great game tomorrow.
Oh, we will at least have a great game
Absolutely.
tomorrow.
Anytime you pair these two up, it's something exciting is going to happen.
Thanks, Coach Dye.
Thank you.
Coach Pat Dye, former coach at Auburn University. Also now, as we begin to continue our coverage of this football game, we want to talk about some of the players in this football game, and David Lamb will join me to do that. And Dave, as we begin talking about the players of this football game, while Alabama is known for defense, most everybody talks about offense. Let's talk first, if you will, about Auburn University and their very fine quarterback.
Yeah, you've got to start with him, Patrick Nix. While here at Auburn, it all began at Etowah High School for him. Patrick Nix has done an excellent job leading the way, replacing Stan White. Who can forget his famous play whenever he came in just a couple of years ago and did so well in this ball game, made his mark, and ever since then has moved on to greatness. Some amazing numbers for Patrick Nix, 2,215 yards for Nix here at Auburn University. He's certainly done a fantastic job, and he's going to lead the way for them tomorrow.
And as we go on and look at the University of Alabama, we begin to discuss 2 quarterbacks and the tale of 2 quarterbacks and what happens when you have 2 quarterbacks. First, Brian Bergdorf, who was the starter at the beginning of the year up until last week.
That's right. Last week, Freddie Kitchens took his place, but Brian Bergdorf has proved himself before. He is a stabilizing force as a senior. He's one of the senior captains. In his press conference on Monday, Gene Stallings talked about how much it hurt him not to have Brian Bergdorf in at quarterback. Freddie Kitchens may have earned the spot, may have earned the right to start in this ball game, but Brian Bergdorf as a senior and as a captain, he's the type of guy that you like to have in a ball game like this. But Freddie Kitchens, he'll get his second start tomorrow.
And when we talk about Kitchens, you're talking about a young man who's really got a tough act to follow in the fact that he's being put in a position where win, lose, or draw, he's going to be criticized.
Oh, absolutely. A guy that getting his second start ever in the biggest game of his life. Whenever he and Alabama take the field tomorrow, what a ball game this should be. And the pressure is going to be on him. Preparing and getting ready for this game, the pressure is on Freddie Kitchens. And many in this state have watched him as he went his high school career and then went on to Alabama. He's got a strong arm. He will certainly be tested, though, in this ball game tomorrow.
Ah, David, and the tale of the quarterbacks. We're talking about a story that if Hollywood wrote a motion picture about this story, people wouldn't believe it.
Oh, absolutely not, Gus. Etowah High School, they're going to have a lot to look forward to in this ball game tomorrow as 2 of their stars and their hometown heroes will go against each other. As long as Alabama and Auburn have been playing, friends and family have been foes in this ball game. But tomorrow, for the first time in history, 2 former teammates will go against each other at the quarterback position.
For the first time in the 60-year history of the Alabama-Auburn series, former high school teammates will start against each other at quarterback. Auburn's Pat Nix and Alabama's Freddie Kitchens played together at Etowah High School.
Yeah, I think the people in Tal have been playing that since me and Todrick and Ed and Patrick's all graduated, just to get us all on the field at the same time. And just luckily I was able to live up to my end of the deal.
It's a lot of fun to play against, and that's one of the great things about this game, that you play against guys you played with in high school and things like that. It's just very unique that you have the two quarterbacks being from the same high school.
For 2 seasons, Nix threw passes to then wide receiver Kitchens. From there, of course, Pat went to Auburn, leaving Freddie to fill the Etowah quarterback position before moving on himself to play at Alabama. While Nix is Auburn's lone Etowah representative, Kitchens is flanked by wide receiver Todrick Malone and fullback Ed Sissom, 2 more Atala natives who have been waiting a long time for this very duel.
I always wonder who was the best between Freddie and Patrick, and I believe we're going to find out this week.
When Patrick was a quarterback, Freddie played receiver, so, that was a plus, too. Both guys are friends or whatever. All of us are friends. We just hope each other do good, and, we just hope that Alabama come out on top.
While Nix and Kitchens share similar roots, the two also have glaring differences. This will be Nix's 3rd Alabama-Auburn game, while Kitchens' 2nd start of his tied career will come this weekend against Bama's bitter rival. As far as ability goes, Nix is seen as the more accurate, cautious quarterback, while Kitchens boasts a strong arm and a big body. So yeah, the two are very different. But one other similarity is in a dream common in the state of Alabama, of leading your team into battle in the biggest game of the year.
I'm excited for Freddie. I know that this is a great rivalry, and, win or lose, it's great to be a part of the rivalry, and it's great to be in the game.
What else can you ask for? I think everybody grows up wishing they could be the starting quarterback at Alabama with all the tradition and things like that here, but I don't think I could ask for anything more.
Well, the guests continue to join us here on our set. We'll be joined by the ESPN College Game Day crew as we continue from Jordan-Hare Stadium. We'll be back and get their thoughts on tomorrow's big game right after this.
Extreme mountain biking, 45 miles an hour.
Did it.
65 miles an hour.
Done it.
Blindfolded.
Been there.
Then a 4,000-foot vertical drop.
Tried that.
All while slamming a dew. Nothing's more intense than slamming Mountain Dew. Oh yeah, no shoot. Just kidding.
Decent.
I'm going to go fill up the car. Do you need anything?
Yeah, Williams is a great place. Hey, pick up some oil and I'll do the oil change on your truck tomorrow.
How did you know I was going to Williams Service?
Because you're a smart lady.
Most of our lady customers already know that they get a better deal on gasoline at Williams Service than anywhere else. Williams Service has been in the business of supplying quality gasoline at independent prices to the people of North Alabama for over 40 years. And you save money.
Here, I got your present, handyman.
In Murray, Utah, a lot of folks like to work on their cars themselves, and they come to AutoZone because they know they'll find quality parts, low prices, great selection, and helpful people like Rick Perry. Now, Rick's been around cars all his life, so he knows a thing or two about looking up parts and solving problems. And whether it's selling new parts or testing old ones, he's always glad to help. You see, when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice, there's just no place better than AutoZone. There's nothing like a good bacon cheeseburger. But no matter how much you dress it up, dress it down, or disguise it, it's still a bacon cheeseburger. Unless it's a bacon cheeseburger burrito from Taco Bell. Introducing 3 classic bacon tastes loaded with bacon. The bacon cheeseburger burrito, the BLT soft taco, and the chicken club burrito. The Taco Bell sizzling bacon menu starting at 99 cents. One thing people can't disguise is how much they love them.
When we make our reverse weave sweatshirts, we know they have to be tougher. They have to take the punishment of NFL practices. So we use a stronger, heavyweight cotton fabric. So we give them a fuller, roomier fit. But the toughest test they'll ever get is when you put one on.
There's no one here, as we said earlier, but tomorrow they'll pack 86,000 into Jordan-Hare Stadium. We welcome you back as our pregame show continues. I'm Gus Hergert. We thank you for joining us. As well, joining us is Craig James from ESPN's College Game Day, and Chris Fowler to my right, the host of ESPN's College Game Day. And gentlemen, you're down here tomorrow to do your pregame show. You did a little bit tonight, I think. You'll do a whole lot tomorrow. That's got to be a grueling schedule, but coming down to a place like this where you've never been, Chris, is a lot of fun.
I've been here a lot of times, just haven't seen a game in this place. First of all, we should say that Lee Corso wanted to be here, but his normal night before the game routine is to go to his hotel room, put on his pajamas,
and
get a half a chicken, smoke a cigar. He's got his NyQuil on the counter for when that's all done so he can go to sleep. You think I'm kidding? This is what he does. He's way past his bedtime, but he sends his regards.
He would love to have been here. You know, last year we had this little goodie bag, and I was joking. You know, Alabama fans, they send him silk panties, and he put them on and wore them to the game.
By the way, I should say he's in another time zone, another state, under an assumed name with a phone block. So, Tide fans, you're not going to find him.
What do you look for as you guys prepared this football game, Chris, in looking at from out of state and looking in state?
Well, I think it means more. You talk to people, and the national perception might be, for the uneducated fan, that this game's a lot more meaningful when it's a couple of 10-0 teams going at it. And I tell them, no, wait a second. It might be more meaningful in a year like this because whichever team loses this game is going to have an unqualified, disastrous season, in my mind, after some pretty high expectations. So this is a salvage job for the winner after what would still be a disappointing year, I think. But for the loser, I think, you know, it obviously mars the 95 campaign, you know, beyond salvage.
Plus, you got to consider, too, that this is a recruiting battle. I would think that both of these coaching staffs are going after a lot of the same type players. So it's very important for them to win the bragging rights. The players want to win the bragging rights. So aside from all the other elements that Chris talked about there, I think it's very important from the recruiting angle.
Terry Bowden said that he thinks that it might mean more to the players when you got that SEC divisional title on the line, but definitely it means more to the coaches and the fans in a year like this when the expectations haven't been met coming into this game.
You got to have bragging rights to get to next year.
Sure.
Thanks, both of you, for coming over, because I know that you got a big night ahead of you tomorrow and you didn't have to do it, and we thank you for all the years you've helped us out.
My pleasure. We enjoy being here.
Good to see both of you.
Thanks for having us.
Take care, guys.
Well, we will continue now as we talk with both head football coaches from Alabama and Auburn, Gene Stallings and Terry Bowden, as we continue our conversations from both campuses. When you discuss this football game, you used to liken it to, say, Texas A&M, Texas, or Oklahoma, Texas, or the big rivalries in the country. There's certainly none better than this football game.
Yeah, no question about that, and the thing that makes this one stand out a little more so is that the people enjoy talking about it so much more. I mean, you know, in the summertime, it's a topic of conversation, you know, the Alabama-Auburn game, or somebody comes into the state, well, he's got to decide if he's Alabama-Auburn, or he's got to declare, and then, you know, and I think that's the big difference, is that we just continue to discuss it.
Yeah, you can't just root on a small college in this state. You have to root on a major college, too.
Right. Yeah, it makes a difference who you are. You've got to, at that particular game, you've got to be for somebody.
The game being played at Auburn, I know that you like the on-campus feeling of football games. You talk about, I heard you talk Monday, that there's no hostile environment. It's only good environments. This is a good environment for football, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you've got 85,000 people, and it's a sellout, and the people are supporting their football team. I don't really see that as being a hostile environment myself. You know, that's what college football is all about. Fill up your stadium, give the opposing team a few seats, and they can make the racket, but you're going to make most of it. The only thing I ask is that I think the player ought to be able to hear the snap count, both sides, whether in Tuscaloosa or wherever it is. I think that the game ought to be settled between the players.
But how can you stop that? You end up in a situation where you have 80,000 partisans all screaming and hollering.
Well, I don't know. You know, I'm not into that. I'm down on the sideline. All I'm saying is that I think that both teams ought to be able to hear the snap count. You know, everything starts with a snap count. And this is college football. We still talk about sportsmanship, and I'm just naive enough to think that both teams can do that.
And you know what I love is Gene Stallings is one of those guys that's glad the cowbells are not over at Mississippi State anymore for that exact reason, because he wants people to battle this game on the field and not from the stands. Well, for Terry Bowden, this has been a good year, although not the years he is used to, and he's having to learn a little bit about the ups and the downs of college football. We continue our conversation now with Auburn head football coach Terry Bowden. This is the week that this entire state lives for every year. never changes, does it?
No, it really doesn't. No matter what you do in the season, no matter how good you think you're having a record. I remember I was 10-0 my first year, one tie last year, 2 real tough losses this year, and one that was tough, but one I'm not sure we could win this year. And yet nothing is proven. Nothing's proven at all until you play Alabama. It's the game, it's the season, and sometimes I wish it wasn't, but then sometimes I guess that's what makes it so exciting.
Well, the nice thing for you this year is the fact that it's your home field, and you have not given away one here on your home field, Alabama.
Well, we've only been 2 times in the history of the game. It's only been played here twice, and you know, we've won 2 here. So, you know, I hope we can always win here. We've got an advantage here, but as history goes, nothing's forever. But I really think, again, it is a real advantage playing at home. It'll be a plus for us. How many points, I don't know. If that's enough points to make a difference in the game, I don't know. If it was just 1 more point, that'd be enough for me.
As you sit in your office and look down here at the stadium in the parking lot, this whole scene's going to change. It's going to change to crimson and white and orange and blue. There's nothing like that, is there?
Oh, it won't be crimson and white, no. It'll be orange and blue and a little crimson and white. No, I always put Auburn first. No, it will be. My players, I will need to get them out of here Friday about 5 o'clock, even though we don't play a night game, because this becomes the most maddening place by late Wednesday, early Thursday. This is if you don't take a week off for Thanksgiving or Easter, you take a week off for the Bama game, you know, and so we bring Bama in here. This becomes the retreat in which Auburn people must bring themselves back to, almost like an odyssey or a chance to come back to your home, to be together. And so it's a great event. It's a special place, but it gets awful rowdy. And given that it's a night game, I wouldn't want to be in that crowd by game time.
And we will continue as we count down to kickoff as the pregame show continues for the game, Alabama at Auburn. We're coming back in a moment.
I'm so proud of my grandson. He just did a raging 100-foot vertical.
Oh, that's nothing. My Daniel caught some wicked air.
That's bogus. My Billy ripped a whitewater freefall.
Well, my Thomas does the do.
Oh! Nothing's more intense than slamming Mountain Dew.
You must be very proud.
In Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, people drive for miles around just to see Don Ballard. Because when it comes to car repair, well, there's not much he can't fix. You see, Don's the type of guy who believes that doing a job right and saving money go hand in hand. So he begins each job with a trip to AutoZone. Sure, it's a 20-mile drive. There are other parts stores along the way. But for Don, when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone. The BLT. It's an American classic. But how can you make it more interesting? Well, you can make it exotic. You can make it friendly. You can even make it finger food. But if you're Taco Bell, you make it a taco. Introducing the BLT Soft Taco and 2 other classic bacon tastes loaded with bacon. The Bacon Cheeseburger Burrito and the Chicken Club Burrito. The Taco Bell Sizzlin' Bacon menu starting at 99 cents. But hurry, unlike most classics, they won't be around for long.
Dad, it's cold in here.
Won't be for long, son.
What's that?
K1 kerosene from Williams Service. We'll knock the chill off this old house and save money, too.
Dad, you go to Williams Service a lot.
That's right, son. You know, they carry a quality product at a fair price.
Then I'll go to Williams Service when I get older. Hey, Dad, it's getting warmer in here already.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we have one of the best seats in the house. Too bad they make us break it down and leave tonight. We welcome you back to our pregame special as the University of Alabama comes to Auburn University. Time now to talk about what is, or what are the keys to this football game. And let's begin now. And Coach Green, we want to pick up some of the keys to the football game so we'll know exactly what should happen for the universities. I would think when you deal in this football game, this stadium's going to be a big key in this football game.
Well, the home field will have some advantage. I think for Alabama, one of the keys is that they've got to do something different offensively. I know that's nothing new. But when I say differently, they're going to have to run some motion. They're going to have to go with 3 or 4 wide receivers. I think they're going to have to do something to get the ball to Riddle and the other running backs other than hand it to them. They have not thrown the ball to the backs very much. I think that'll have to happen. Auburn is going to have to, I think, run the fullback a little bit more than they have in the past and get something going early.
And, Coach, as we talk about the Alabama keys, you got to win the kicking game in Alabama. You got to get that going.
Well, there's no question about it. They've had some trouble kicking in the past couple of weeks, but Proctor is a quality kicker. He's a senior. He'll overcome some of the difficulty he's had, and I think he'll be a big game player, as he should be as a senior on that football team.
Well, let's now talk about Auburn University, and as Coach Ray Green has begun. And, Jeff, for Auburn, some of the keys to this game include this big stadium. You look at them all in reverse, and you package them all up. Let's talk about Auburn.
Well, we talked about Alabama's keys to the game just moments ago, and that was protect the quarterback. I think Auburn's defense has got to get to the quarterback. They got to rattle Freddie Kitchens' cage a little bit. This is only Kitchens' second collegiate start, and they've got to get in there. Auburn's got to score early. They got to get that offense, which is high-powered, and get it on the scoreboard early. Keep the crowd in the game. This crowd can be a definite advantage in the football game. Have a decent defensive game. This defense has struggled all year long, and they've got to play well. And they've got to score 21 offensive points, we feel, to win this football game. Could take 21, 24 points to win.
Well, we've kept Mr. Lamb quiet now very well for about 30 or 40 minutes so. Dave, and I know you're just dying to jump in. Guess what? You get to go first.
What's that?
How about tomorrow's game, and who do you like?
I've got to go with, I think, like we've spoken before, Freddie Kitchens, and the fact that he is playing here. It's his second start ever. That's going to be the key to the game, I think, how he performs. I'm picking Auburn in this one, 21-17.
Jeff Spiegel?
I say Alabama wins, 21-16 over the Tigers.
And Ray Green?
I don't want to pick this one, really, but I think Alabama has got to throw the ball 20 or 25 times to have a chance to win the football game. They can't depend on the running game. If they do that, I think Alabama won a close one, 24-21.
And I'm going to go with the University of Alabama as well because of the defense. And I think defense wins big football games. Let's tell you what we have planned for you tomorrow. Our Super Saturday coverage continues from right here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. At 9:30 tomorrow night, we'll bring you the post-game show. We'll wrap up the entire day. Dave Lamb will be down here. Jeff Spiegel, Ray Green, and I will bring you along with analysis. Well, we thank you for joining us tonight. It has been a pleasure to bring you this game from one of the most beautiful settings in all of college football here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. For Ray Green, Jeff Spiegel, for David Lamb, Tracy Flesh, back at Sports Central, I'm Gus Herder. Thanks for joining us, and Roll Tide and War Eagle. We'll see you tomorrow. Tonight's primetime telecast from Auburn's Jordan-Hare Stadium is being brought to you by AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Williams Service, over 50 locations in North Alabama. By Taco Bell, introducing 3 classic bacon tastes, a whole new spin. And by Mountain Dew, do the do.
Here's some important news from your Mercury dealer.
Now, you can lease a new 95 Mercury Villager for $271 a month for 24 months.
Imagine yourself in a Mercury Villager, the minivan that drives like a car.
With front-wheel drive, anti-lock brakes, and V6 power, all standard.
The closer you look, the more reasons you'll find to drive it.
And at just $271 a month, it's easy to imagine yourself in a Mercury Villager.
Imagine yourself in a Mercury now. That's your Mercury dealer.
Hey, check out the Pontiac Sunfire heading for the Hollywood Hills. Now, guess how much extra the dual airbags and ABS will cost you? Go ahead, guess. Come on, it'll be fun. That's right, 0. Nothing. The big O. And at a great value like this, the Pontiac Sunfire will really stop you in your tracks.
Hurry in and see the 1996 Pontiac Sunfire today at any of your Greater Tennessee Valley Pontiac dealers.
Howdy, pilgrims. I'm at Food World, the low-price place, and I'm checking out the Thanksgiving savings. Like honeysuckle basted turkeys, just 59 cents per pound.
Now you're talking turkey.
Yeah, and 3 pounds of sweet potatoes, just $1.
What else have you got?
Well, how about 4 Winds Farm butter, only 99 cents?
I'm going to need a bigger cart.
Yes, you will. Offers good through November 25th at Food World, the low-price place, the swipe-out place, and the place that's open Thanksgiving Day. Gobble, gobble.
Coverage you can count on 24 hours a day. This
Against Auburn. It's been a series of late that Alabama's been in control of, but this is much more than just a football game between two top 25 teams. We take it to the plains of Alabama. The host tonight for one of the great rivalries. Auburn, Alabama. It's more than just a Saturday game.
Sit down. Auburn with you. Come on now.
Good job. Double. Because it's a special week. It's Bama week. We want to beat them.
We got Rip. We got Farr, 170 scat.
Pride and shame. That's all it is. Pride and shame.
It's honor and dishonor.
It's life or death. Great rivalry in college football. You get to, for nothing else, you get to be a part of one. It'll be a great rivalry. It's the greatest one in the game.
For 365 long days, the faithful in blue and orange have pointed to this day. This man would love nothing better than placing his mark on the Bama program by toppling the Tigers in Auburn. To the sights and sounds of those who make this day, this game, this rivalry unique. The 60th meeting of the most intense rivalry in all of college football.
When young policyholders come to me, I look at them and think, boy, that was me 15 years ago. I remember very well how quickly things changed for Debbie and me. Marriage, children, our first house. It's exactly why State Farm's family insurance checkups are such a good idea. Your agent helps you put it all in perspective so you can make the right decisions. The way you were 5 years ago is not the way you are today. It's comforting to me when I can say to my policyholders, hey, I've been there.
State Farm is there.
National rents cars to millions of business travelers a year. But now they want to be your vacation car rental company, too. Make every vacation a national holiday with National's low vacation rates. Go skiing. Play golf. Or take a break and just relax.
Make your vacation a national holiday. Call your travel agent or 1-800-CAR-RENT.
The service here is impeccable.
ESPN's presentation of CFA Primetime is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And now let's go down to the middle of the field and Matt Gentry for the toss of the coin.
Good luck. Let's have a good game.
So Auburn has won the toss, and they have elected to defer. Hi, everybody. Ron Franklin along with Mike Gottfried. What an absolutely wonderful place to be. This rivalry, you can try to explain, but you have to have witnessed at least one to understand it. Mike, you live down here, and you might have even a better idea than most of us. There's no SEC championship on the line. There's no national championship on the line, but the fervor of these people is just unbelievable.
Ron, 365 days a year, this captivates the whole state of Alabama. But the people understand football in the state of Alabama, and they have a passion for college football. So this game is important, probably the #1 rivalry in college football.
Mike, let's talk about strengths. You got to talk about Auburn's offense. It's been a record-setting year. You always have to talk about Alabama's defense. Let's go from there. Which is more important who wins because of why?
Ron, I think the biggest question in this ball game I have is Terry Bowden has a big decision to make. Does he play the I offense and keep Stephen Davis on the field, or does he move Stephen Davis to the sideline and play with 4 wide receivers? Either way, he's going to be up against a defense that I think is the best in the SEC. They only give up 106 yards rushing a game. They're equally tough against the pass. It will be tough for Auburn to move the football.
Very important guy to us every Saturday evening. Down on the sidelines is Mike Adamle, and let's check in with him. Mike?
Well, thank you, Ron. Terry Bowden said it's the definition of the entire game. Tonight's starting quarterbacks: Patrick Nix of Auburn, Freddie Kitchens of Alabama. They were teammates back at Etowah County High School here in Alabama. Patrick, 2 years older, was the starting quarterback. Freddie was the backup and a part-time wide receiver. Today, they remain close friends. They have jet skied together. They have played pickup basketball games together. But tonight, they'll be on opposite sidelines. On their young shoulders rest the passions and hopes of an entire state. And no matter what the outcome tonight, one man is sure to be proud. That is Conrad Nix. He is Pat's dad, who coached them both in high school. Gentlemen?
Okay, as you watch Gene Stallings pacing the sideline, his 6th season at Alabama, many people say this may be his last game as the head coach at the University of Alabama. We will talk more about that as the evening goes on. And Terry Bowden, 3rd season at Auburn, 27-4-1, and that magical first year where he went undefeated right from the get-go here on the Plains. Gentile to kick it off. Marcel West and Michael Fagan, the 2 deep men, and it's a line drive taken at the 24-yard line, and to return coming back just around the 33. Patrick Hape with the return. Starting lineups brought to you by Russell Athletic. And let's take a look at the starters for the Alabama Crimson Tide. This has been a problem area at times, but Dennis Riddle has been running very, very well in recent weeks. The wide receivers, you need a big play. You look for number 80, Todrick McClone, and he can get it done. The offensive line, John Causey is the center. We have a feeling that he may be right in the middle of a run-filled football game tonight for Alabama. Look at the throw on first down. Kitchen. Ball is tipped and knocked away. Incomplete. So here are the starters for the Tigers of Auburn. Jimmy Brumbaugh. They really need him. He injured his knee. In fact, he re-injured it on Tuesday in practice. He's the young man that had 19 tackles against Arkansas. The linebackers, active group. Marcellus Mostella, though, leads the team in tackles, 121. And then the secondary, Del McGee, he is the best cover guy in that defensive secondary for Auburn.
Ron, Jimmy Brumbaugh is not in the ball game. He's not starting. You mentioned he's injured. He's not in this football game, which will hurt the Auburn defense a little bit.
94, Nate Smith is the man who has replaced him at nose guard. And Kitchen does not like what he saw on the other side, the alignment by the Tigers, and Alabama has called a timeout. So let's take a break. After the first play, Tide wants to talk it over. We'll be right back.
Imagine hearing the call of the road, not the road itself. Imagine having the world at your fingertips. Imagine worrying less and enjoying more. Imagine an automobile so precisely engineered it feels as if it were formed from a single piece of steel. Introducing the all-new 1996 Mercury Sable.
Imagine yourself in a Mercury.
All right, gentlemen. Tomorrow, your butts are mine. Lights out.
Man, I'm hungry. Russell Athletic Wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field.
Hot dog. French fries. Hamburger. Tacos. Tacos grande. Pizza. Coach, going somewhere, ladies. Hard work. Dedication. Commitment.
Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Get up there, large butt. Go, go.
Can you tell which man is at home and which is in a Residence Inn hotel room?
Honey, can you take out the garbage?
That was a hint. Residence Inn by Marriott. The next best thing to home.
ESPN's presentation of CFA Primetime is brought to you by Mercury Automobiles. Imagine yourself in a Mercury. And by McDonald's. Have you had your break today? some of the capacity crowd here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Just over 85,000. Freddie Kitchens with the draw play. Riddle has 1 yard, maybe 2, and it's going to be Shannon Suttle, number 99, a sophomore out of Lafayette, Georgia, who trips him up. And now a third down situation tied.
Ron, when you look at this football game, head-to-head rushing yardage, the team that wins the rushing yardage, controls the clock, keeps their offense on the field, as you see, wins the football game. Alabama in 94 and 92. Auburn had the better rushing attack in 93. That will be the story tonight.
Well, a very big third down situation for Alabama. Good protection. Ball is delivered complete. That's Brown. And he is close to the first down, but from where they have spotted him out of bounds, Mike, he might have missed it by about a half yard. Del McGee bumped him out of bounds.
Freddie Kitchens, who has beaten out Brian Bergdorf as the quarterback, what he has is a strong rifle arm, able to get the ball to the outside to Curtis Brown for the first down.
Well, actually, they, on the respot, just across the 43-yard line, so it's a gain of 9. It is a first down, Alabama. Procedure as the wingman moved before the snap, and Riddle is going to be tackled after a gain of 4 by Martavius Houston, but I think it's going to come back on a 5-yard walk-off against the Crimson Tide.
Motion, back, move, Curtis up, 5 yards, previous spot, first down. Ron, you also look in this ball game for somebody to break the game open, and the 2 game breakers in this game. For Alabama, it's Todrick Malone. You will count the ways tonight that Alabama gets him the football. For Auburn, it's Stephen Davis. He just needs a little crease. He's a Herschel Walker type back. But I expect these 2 players to be the big play guys for their respective teams tonight.
Todrick, a senior out of Atala. Same hometown as Freddie Kitchens. And also with Mix. Pressure is on. Scrambles away, does Kitchens. Gonna run it, and finally bumped out of bounds. And oh, did he take a shot at the 46-yard line. Charles Rose really put the lumber on him.
Shannon Suttle pressured. Freddie Kitchens is a big quarterback. The other thing about him, he's 6'2", 230. And you got that 230-pound frame. You've got to wrestle him to the ground. Now, they get a little piece of the face mask here. Freddie Kitchens is able to avoid it. Now he fakes the pass. Now he moves downfield. Again, you're talking about a 230-pound quarterback. Gets a pretty good hit in there, and Charles Rose, number 31.
It was Terry Solomon, who also was back there with pressure, and then Mostella. He fakes by him, and it's going to be a second down. The line to make is the Auburn 47. Riddle goes for a couple, and let's check in for the first time this afternoon with Mike Tirico. Mike?
Ron in Manhattan. Colorado leads Kansas State 7-3. Andy Mitchell back to punt. Blocked by Gordon Brown. Chris Canty, the starting cornerback, picks it up, takes it in for the touchdown, awaiting the free kick. K-State leads by 3.
Mike, special teams, we talked about it all year long. The 20-hour week really has become a factor, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has, because it's some times you take away in practice, but special teams has been big all year.
Third down, Alabama. They roll the pocket. Kitchens hit, going to be knocked down for a loss. Takale Spikes got to him first, and we will see the punting unit for the Crimson Tide for the first time this afternoon.
I've always felt in a rivalry situation, you're going to get the best punch of the other team in the first couple of series. And Auburn's defense, which has given up a lot of yards this year, really pressures Freddie Kitchens. Takeo Spikes with the tackle.
Stockton to punt. Alabama had problems with the long snaps last week. They don't have on this one. Wobbly spiral, and it is returnable, except he runs away from it. Baker lets it go, and what a mistake he made, about a 15-yard mistake, as Auburn is going to scrimmage deep in their own territory. So here are the starting lineups for the Auburn Tigers. Stephen Davis, a great back, but as Mike Gottfried said, the question is, how much is he going to carry the football today? The wide receivers is a very good group. Willie Gaucher, 57 receptions. He leads the team. The offensive line, watch number 71 from time to time. Big Willie Anderson, the tackle. He's awfully good. He may leave here as an All-American. In fact, he might make somebody's All-American team this season. Nix possibly with an audible. Davis, 5 yards, maybe 6, as he pushes his way out in the vicinity of the 9-yard line.
Terry Bowden has a big decision tonight. The decision is to keep Stephen Davis on the field, run the football, because Alabama's going to give him 8-man fronts. Sometimes the 9th man will be up there to stop the run. But I think this is their best shot against Alabama. The I offense, Stephen Davis, ball in his hands.
Yeah, Terry Bowden said when we come up in that I formation, watch one of their safeties lining up with the linebackers. He's very, very tight. Pitches to Davis. Look at the quick pursuit in the backfield. Shannon Brown will be right there. And you could see Matt Parker, number 98, was off the ball and in the backfield almost as quickly as it was snapped. Here are the starters on defense for the Crimson Tide. We just talked about Shannon. He's a senior last time around, and you can bet that he will cause a stir in the middle. The linebackers, this is a great group. Dwayne Rudd really gives the Tide exceptional speed on the outside. And in the secondary, Deshae Townsend. 4 picks this year. He had 2 last week against State, 1 the week before that. Third down, short drop, and he pumps, going to go on top. Has a man there, and it is caught by Goodson. Incomplete. Could not hold on.
Deshae Townsend on the coverage. Tyrone Goodson with a very good route. It's an out-and-up route. Good coverage by Townsend, but really the mistakes. Patrick Nix did not get enough on the ball, Ron. And Alabama's going to end up with good field position.
Yep, they are, as Deshae Townsend goes back deep. But the most important thing is look at Hawkins and where he's standing. He's 8 yards deep in that end zone.
Alabama's got a knack of blocking kicks also.
Good high-hanging spiral. Wow, what a boot. All the way back to the 39-yard line. And stopped shy of the 45. That is a 52-yard kick. Ball came loose, but it will stay with Alabama. And Anthony Harris downfield on the special team. So let's take a break. 10:31 left, opening quarter. No score.
Can McDonald's Chicken McNuggets make you feel like a kid again? Can they bring you closer together? Can they give you a thrill? Can they be just the break you've been waiting for? Of course they can. Can they make you see double? As a matter of fact, yes. With McDonald's 2 for $2. 2 tempting 6-piece Chicken McNuggets or 2 McChicken sandwiches for just $2. So, can they give 2 empty, unfulfilled hands something very entertaining to do? Absolutely.
Have you had your break today?
These days, more and more people are doing things they never imagined before. People who never imagined a minivan could drive like a car are driving the Mercury Villager. People who never imagined how much fun driving could be are driving the Mercury Mystique. And people who never imagined a car could look and feel this solid are driving the all-new Mercury Sable.
Imagine yourself in a Mercury.
What lets you learn about the world in a whole new way? The Intel Pentium processor. It has the power to make PC software come alive with the sights and sounds that take you there, wherever there happens to be. The Intel Pentium processor.
It's a Thanksgiving football parade on ESPN as the explosive Texas Longhorns host the stingy Baylor Bears. Thursday at 8, only on ESPN.
What a magnificent sight on a magnificent evening. Temperature in the low 60s, sellout house. Auburn, Alabama becomes the 4th largest city in the state of Alabama every time they have a sellout. Over 85,000 here again today. They fake the reverse. Riddle holds on and he breaks it into the secondary. 10, 15, loses the ball, and Auburn has recovered a the 27. That's Larry Melton.
Smart play run by Del McGee, number 24, because Dennis Riddle broke into the secondary, but Del McGee is going to strip the ball. Look how he's carrying the football. First of all, he doesn't have the ball inside his hand. Larry Melton's going to recover Del McGee, but bad ball handling by Dennis Riddle. And what happens sometimes when you fake the reverse, you don't get the ball put away. He needed to get the ball put away.
He was trying to kind of hide it behind his back. You're right.
He faked the ball, and then he didn't get it put away.
Play action. Next pass, incomplete, and it looked as though Goodson was trying to run, well, it was in the opposite direction. Let's go back and make one point. The guy that is breathing easiest right now is a young man by the name of Baker, who made a bad mistake on that punt a while ago and allowed him to pick up 15 more yards. That's what gave Alabama the field position, but of course they lose it on the turnover. But that could have been costly.
Well, it could have, Ron, and you're right, because field position is going to play such a big part in the play calling of both these teams. They're going to sword fight each other for a while here, trying to figure out what each other's doing.
Patrick Nix, the senior from Matala. Waits, over the middle, overthrown. Wanted his tight end, Andy Fuller, and here comes a marker. John Walters, the middle linebacker, had the cover, but I believe John was holding on to it.
Andy Fuller's a big tight end, 6'2", 258, can run very well, was working against John Walters, the middle linebacker.
Pass interference, defense, first down.
Lou Holtz and Notre Dame need a win to stay in major bowl contention. But to get it, they have to go through the fighting force of Air Force. That game is right after this one. Notre Dame and Air Force next.
Ron Franklin, Mike Gottfried, and Mike Adamle. And glad to have you with us from Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama. We have just about played 5 minutes of this one. No score in what is called the Iron Bowl. Flag is down. Pressure on Nix as he gets the screen pass away, and it's caught, and then he steps out of bounds. But I believe that Darrell Blackburn was a little too quick getting off the ball. Darrell, a junior out of Huntsville, Alabama, playing on that right side, came across just before the snap. And instead of a loss, going to be a pickup of 5 for Auburn.
And Alabama's been a heavy penalized football team this year. They're making mistakes here. The fumble, the interference call, and now offside.
I know that earlier this year when we did Alabama, Gene was extremely concerned about that in the fact that one of the ball games, they set a new Alabama record. They had 16 penalties against themselves in that one. That's the 3rd penalty against them in 5 minutes. Yep, you can see Auburn applauding. And let's go down and check in with Mike Adamle. Mike?
Well, this is something that Terry Bowden has been practicing with his offense all week. It's something called a shotgun freeze. What opposing teams have been doing is timing the amount of time it takes for the quarterback to lift his heel and the center to lift his head and snap the football. They have delayed the snap by about a split second to make sure that the defensive linemen jump off sides, and it cannot time it.
Nix possibly with an audible here as Auburn gets a free first down with the 2 offside penalties. Swings the pass out in the flat. Has it complete. What a hit. He holds on. And knocked out of bounds around the 50-yard line as Staten was out there to make the hit on Harold Morrow as soon as he caught the ball.
Well, Kevin Jackson makes the hit, Ron, but he doesn't wrap up. You can make that hit, and all you're going to get out of the crowd's a woo, but you've got to be able to wrap up Harold Morrow and bring him down. Good contact, but no wrap up. Looks like Terry Bowden has decided to go with a 4 wide receiver set, put his great tailback Stephen Davis on the sideline, and try to spread out this Alabama defense.
One of the reasons also that Morrow comes into the lineup is there is a player shaken up, and the training staff is having to go all the way across the way to check on their player who's right there on the Alabama bench. But Morrow has the better hands between he and Davis of the tailback, so you'll see a lot more of number 12, Harold Morrow, in this ballgame, if that's the way they elect to go.
Well, Stephen Davis is not a great receiver. He's more of a north-south runner, and in this offense, you got to be a little bit more east-west. Here's the play. Patrick Nix going to just flare the ball out to Harold Morrow, and you're going to see Kevin Jackson come up and stick him, but no wrap-up. So he wasn't able to wrap him up, made good contact, and then he waits for some help from Ralph Staten, number 41.
And it looked as though that he caught a part of that yard marker, Morrow, when he went down, and he's the player that is still on the sideline across the way. Well, while we have a couple of seconds, more college football action tonight on ESPN2. San Diego State and Hawaii. Aztec running back George Jones, who played with a broken jaw against Wyoming last week, ran 27 times for 133 yards and a touchdown. Needs only 40 yards to break Marshall Faulk's school rushing record. San Diego State, Hawaii. That's on the deuce. You know, I mentioned the fact that this is called the Iron Bowl, but some of the Auburn people were saying that when the game is down here that Lee County hasn't produced steel in a long time, so they don't necessarily call it the Iron Bowl when it comes here. Alabama leads this in the 60th meeting, 34-24-1. But at Jordan-Hare Stadium, Auburn is 2-0. So let's take a break. No score. 9:49 left, opening quarter.
Who in this area gets more people to work every day? Who sends more people out to play and gets more people up to speed? Who's doing more to earn your business? Moss Motors in the heart of South Pittsburgh. Better prices, superior service, and quality Ford, Lincoln, Mercury cars and GMC trucks. There's a lot to see in the Sequatchie Valley, and you're sure to see another brand new car, another brand new truck from Moss Motors. See them today. Drive one home tomorrow. Moss Motors, practically downtown South Pittsburgh.
If Bell's Smoke Shop were a restaurant, we'd say they have the freshest ingredients. If Bell's Smoke Shop were a clothing store, we might say they have all the latest styles. How about a department store? Variety. A bookstore? Something for everyone. A convenience store? Well, that's easy. 4 locations. But Bell's Smoke Shop is a smoke shop, and that says it all. Now open in South Pittsburgh.
Like women's NCAA basketball, don't miss the State Farm Tip-Off Classic. It'll be a hard-fought doubleheader as 4 of the best teams in the country battle it out. First up, Jennifer Rosati leads 1995's champs, UConn, against Louisiana Tech and All-American Vicki Johnson. Then Virginia versus Tennessee, as the nation's top defense tries to stop Virginia's All-American Wendy Palmer. Tomorrow, UConn versus Louisiana Tech at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Then Virginia takes on Tennessee at 3:30 p.m. on ESPN2.
Oh, we're back. All the players, I mentioned the fact that Morrow had been shaken up, but also Bert Ackerman, the linesman on that far side, is the player that, or the official who was shaken up.
Ron, in this set, Willie Gaucher, number 2, is the key receiver for Auburn. Has 57 receptions. They like to go to him in this set.
See the blitz, shovel pass, and they may have the right call on with us when Morrow is off and running and inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. Bryant finally made the tackle.
You talk about the right call. It was opposite of where Kevin Jackson was blitzing. Number 7 is going to come from the right. Harold Morrow on the draw play just breaks it outside. No contain. Willie Gaucher with a block. Fernando Bryant with a tackle. You see the blitz coming? The perfect call for the blitz because it's going away from it. The opposite side. Harold Morrow with a big gain.
It's a gain of 21 yards in the play. So with that, Davis comes back in the ball game, and Auburn goes to an I formation. Fred Beasley joining him in the backfield. Play action. Jackson threw it too high, and he had Beasley wide open. And let's check in with Mike Tirico.
Ron, this McDonald's breakaway takes us out to the Battle of L.A. USC fell behind Washington 21-0. They came back to tie that game behind UCLA 21-0. It's now 21-14. After that, DeLon Washington touchdown.
Well, I was a little shocked when I saw 21-0 earlier, but that's a good SC football team. And again, with a rivalry, just like you have right here, 60 minutes, then you have the answer, not before. Pressure. Nick's got it. They blew a coverage. Davis wide open down the sideline, and he will score. Did you see the grin on Patrick Nix's face? Somebody missed the coverage, and Davis looked like the first guy out to a workout. He caught it and took it in from 29 yards out. Hawkins with the extra point.
Ron, this play was designed to go to Andy Fuller, the tight end. It's a fake pitch to Stephen Davis, but the tight end's covered. Patrick Nix with pressure finds Stephen Davis, who never stopped on the play. Number 90, John Walters, blitzed on this play. The play was designed to go to the tight end, but Patrick Nix kept it alive. Stephen Davis, nobody picking him out of the backfield. Easy touchdown for Auburn.
So Auburn gets both things that they would like to accomplish, and that is using their 4 wide receiver offense, but also keeping their All-American running back involved in this football game.
And what you'd like, if you're Auburn and Auburn fans, is you want to put pressure on Alabama's offense to try to open it up. Patrick Nix with good eye movement on that to find Stephen Davis for the touchdown.
Kevin Tuttle will kick off for Auburn. Going deep from Alabama, number 1, Marcel West, and number 26, Michael Pagan.
So 7-0. Gentile will kick it off. And how big is it in a rivalry game like this to get the first tally on the board? Extremely important. Marcel West, the goal line. Got an alleyway. All the way out across the 40-yard line, and that's going to be a 44-yard return. Dan Evans possibly saved a touchdown. Mike Tirico, back to you.
Ron, you guys head down to the Orange Bowl next week for Syracuse-Miami. Syracuse blew out Boston College. Miami trailing West Virginia until the first possession of the second half. A Carlos Joseph 17-yard touchdown run. Canes lead by 5.
Mike, that offense has continued to get better as the year has gone on, haven't they?
They've improved. West Virginia's improved.
Curtis Alexander in the backfield. Quick out pass. Todrick Malone. And nice open field tackle by Martavius Houston to stop him after a gain of about 4.
Ron, we talked about game breakers. Stephen Davis has made his first presence in the game breaker with the touchdown. Patrick Nix finding him out of the backfield. These are the 2 players that have the chance to do this on this field at any time. Stephen Davis is a home run threat all the time. On the other side, you got Todrick Malone, who catches his first pass, the last pass from Freddie Kitchens. He has that same ability to break it.
Play action by Kitchens. Going to go on top. And there's the man, Malone, and he will take it for 6 points. Touchdown, Alabama.
Game breakers are 1 each.
52 yards.
Ron, he's just one of those receivers that when you're watching practice, and I was over there Thursday watching Alabama practice, they were very relaxed, but there's certain players on your football team that you've got to design plays to get them the ball. He is the best player on the Alabama team to break the home run. Stephen Davis is the best on the Auburn team. So they match each other here in the first quarter.
Proctor tries to tie it up, and he does.
Todrick Malone is going to work against Larry Melton, and Freddie Kitchens, again, with a pretty good fake post route. But what Todrick Malone does a good job of adjusting to the football. Larry Melton did not. Get his 6 points for Alabama. Look at the adjustment by number 80. Todrick Malone brought the ball in. Good eye. Visual contact with the ball. Now he's got the catch. Now it's not. There's no chance of catching him. And that's big for this player, number 9, Freddie Kitchens. He needed something good to happen.
Gene Stallings with a smile and a word for Todrick Malone as we're tied at 7. And for the 2 game breakers, here are their numbers so far this evening.
2 catches for Todrick Malone, a touchdown, and then, of course, 3 touches of the football by Stephen Davis, 1 touchdown, so they're even.
That means that the Wild thing, William Watts will come on to kick it off for Alabama.
You always like that, don't you? You like that Wild thing, huh?
Wild thing is, I've watched him kick in practice as you look at Davis, and sometimes I think he can kick it out of Tuscaloosa, but as Gene says, he's not always sure which direction it's going to go. Robert Baker. Just shy of the 35-yard line. And let's check in with Mike Adamle down on the sideline. Mike?
Yeah, guys, some early thoughts here with 8:05 left to go here in the first quarter. The thing I'm most impressed with, you know, every SEC stadium is loud, but here, Jordan-Hare especially so, but I'm impressed with the poise of both Patrick Nix and Freddie Kitchens. Both have been remarkable.
Well, Freddie just stepped up big following the touchdown by the Auburn Tigers as Beasley carries the ball for short yardage into the middle.
I want to add to what Mike said there. This is the kind of game you want to coach in, you want to play in. This is the big game. That's why I don't really give Auburn a big edge in home field, Ron, because in a rivalry football game, your blood should be pumping, and this is the game. It doesn't matter whether this game's in a mall. You want to play in it.
Mike Adamle, I know you have another thought after this play. We'll get back down to you and let you finish there, partner. Nix over the middle, good behind him, and he still had it complete. That's Robert Baker, and it's going to be a 3rd down. And Mike, back to you.
You know, Patrick Nix, speaking of him, he was planning on becoming a coach after his Auburn career was finished. But he thinks he's convinced now he can play at the next level. He's good friends with Heath Schuler. He's watched what Eric Zier and Stan White have done in the NFL. And he thinks with the right team, he can make it as well. And it doesn't hurt to have his old teammate, Frank Sanders, who now plays for the Arizona Cardinals, to say, hey, buddy, you belong up here. He said he's too much of a competitor to leave the game of football right now.
Well, right now he's directing traffic as they have Alabama spread out all over the place. 3rd down. The pressure right over the middle. He's got him complete. Does he have the first down? Baker is close. Very close. And from where they have spotted it, it will be a Tiger first down. Kevin Jackson defensively.
They'll go with a no huddle now, Ron. They think they've got Auburn a little bit back on, or Alabama back on their heels a little bit in coverage.
Mike, the passing game that you see that Terry uses, is it a lot like what his father uses, Bobby?
I think the biggest difference I see in Auburn's passing game than Florida State is not as much deep throwing by Auburn. A lot of short routes, 5 to 10, 15 yards, not much deep.
Pumps. They flush him out of the pocket. Now lobs it, has it complete down at the 42-yard line to Karsten Bailey.
Patrick Nix is another type quarterback. He's 6'2", 200. You've got to drive him to the ground when you're going to tackle him. Also, he can get away like Freddie Kitchens. They're bull-type quarterbacks that are strong lower body, and you've got to take him to the ground.
That's a gain of 13. Karsten Baker, the freshman, was shaken up on the tackle and has limped off the field. He's favoring his left leg. Low inside the 20-yard line. It's 1st and 10 Auburn Tigers.
A lot of people like to play too deep against the spread formations, and here's Eric Lowe right down the middle against too deep, right behind the linebackers. Patrick Nix, look how wide open he is. Now you're going to see the safeties come up and make the play, but just too late for Alabama. Wide open Eric Lowe down the middle against too deep. Tackled by Cedric Samuel.
Well, you see the breakdown between the I formation. They went ahead and snapped the ball. They thought that they had caught Kelvin Moore offside. The marker was thrown, and now let's find out what Mac Gentry's crew comes up with.
Disregard the flag. Second down.
Ron, that's why I do not like the quarterback going to one knee on that. I like to at least the quarterback sneak and try to pick up a few yards, because if you don't get the call of the offside, then you lose yards and lose the down.
Harold Morrow will check into the ball game, number 12.
Alabama substitutes more on defense than anybody else in the SEC, and they figure in the second and fourth quarters, those are quarters that they should own because they substitute so much in the first and third quarter.
Shannon Brown, the big defensive tackle, goes to the sideline. You see 76 in the ball game. Elbert Brown, they've got him back. He played sparingly last week. And it's a quarterback draw. Has 5, has 10, first and goal Auburn.
Excellent call by Terry Bowden. Shannon Robique, the all-conference center, number 56, with a good block. You spread them all out. Your best runner is your quarterback. They caught him in a twist stunt the inside. Shannon Robique picked up the right person. Patrick Nix for a first down.
Now watch what happens. Damian Craig, number 16, comes into the lineup at quarterback. Patrick Nix comes out. And normally Auburn comes to the line of scrimmage and snaps it immediately when Craig comes in. Better hurry, and he's not going to get it off. They have to call a timeout. So what is normally designed did not work, and they have to burn one. We'll take it with them. 4:35 left, opening quarter.
Your car's engine was made for the open road. But that's not where it is day in and day out. Stop-and-go driving can kill an engine by creating deposits and wear that rob performance and shorten engine life. That's why you need the added protection of TM8, a new engine treatment from Valvoline. TM8 coats moving parts with 8 friction-fighting ingredients, including Teflon. So no matter where you are, your engine will run just like it's on the open road. TM8 from Valvoline, because driving is more stop than go.
Hey, get poppin'. This is a taste you can't resist. I say put a can in every hand. Do the brain go twist like this. Pop a top, well, keep it fresh. Slip it in. Grab a stack of your favorite snack. Let the fun begin.
There's no stopping once you're popping.
Hey, wake up. Don't get caught holding that bag. Hey, that's no party. Greasy pieces are a drag.
There's no stopping once you're popping.
Once you're popping, you can't stop.
Did you get the page?
He's always asking me that.
Page him again.
I'll page him again.
You get the page?
Ooh, deja vu.
Page him again.
I'll page him again.
Did you get the page?
That's me, Wanda the executive mind reader.
Page him again.
I'll page him again.
To be sure your page gets through, get SkyTel two-way, the new paging system with guaranteed delivery. Can your pager do that?
Did you get the page?
That's me again, and I'll kill you.
For SkyTel two-way paging, call 1-800-SkyTel.
We're tied at 7, just under 5 minutes to play in this opening quarter. Terry Bowden. He was really laboring yesterday on exactly which direction he was going to go with his offense, but we found out. Little combo, but a lot of the 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. Damian Craig at quarterback. Pitches to Davis, tries to bounce it outside at the 1-yard line. Couldn't get in. Staten got out there to try to help turn the play back in.
What Damian Craig does by bringing him in the ball game, he has so much speed. When you pitch the ball to Stephen Davis, he's going to go out the backside. And when he goes out the backside, you've got to really play him also. So you can't get extra people to the ball on Stephen Davis because of Damian Craig's ability to run the football.
Straight ahead, down Auburn Tigers. Craig comes in a short yardage situation as he has done most of the year for Auburn. But you see who's the first guy out there welcoming everybody and cheering for him is starting quarterback Patrick Nix. Hawkins knocks home the extra point. And Auburn goes back on top by a touchdown.
There's a lot of people felt this Auburn offensive line was as good an offensive line in the country, and you watch them come off the ball. Number 98, Matt Parker, got a little bit too high on the defensive attack there. Shannon O'Beek, Jason Taylor, Leonard Thomas with good blocks to get Damian Craig in the end zone. Patrick Nix got him down there, Ron, with his passing ability and the draw play where he ran it for a first down.
Boy, Atala is really playing a huge part in this ball game, Artie. Todrick Malone is from Atala. Of course, Kitchens is from there. And, of course, Nix is from there as well, along with Ed Sissom.
I wonder if anybody's left in the town today.
I would imagine they're here watching their youngsters play. And what a part they have played in this one so far. But now it's back to the youngster, Freddie Kitchens, the sophomore, to try to answer what Auburn has just done. Gentile will kick it off. As the defense huddles on the far sideline, it visits with the coordinators. And on the near side, Nix talks with upstairs and his offensive coordinator, Marcel West. Out of the 40 to the 41-yard line. Gentile, the kicker, made the tackle. (1993). Patrick Nix came off the bench to spark an Auburn victory. And a perfect season.
11-0. And one more thing. Today I became an Auburn man.
Frank Sanders on the receiving end of that one. That magical year. Freddie Kitchens with a first down at his own 41-yard line. Pitch goes to Malone, breaks off a tackle, and he's open again. Malone down the sideline, and nobody will catch it. 59 yards for the touchdown.
He has that ability. Every time he touches the ball, he's like the Florida receivers, the Florida State receiver. He got an excellent block from Curtis Alexander, the young freshman tailback, and Alabama answers Auburn's score.
Well, this is a talent night here on ESPN, isn't it?
Brought Todrick Malone in motion. Here's the pitch. Number 32 again, Curtis Alexander with a block. And once he breaks that contain, there's nobody going to catch Todrick Malone. Ran through the tackle of Anthony Harris, number 53.
Proctor with the extra point. Alabama not known necessarily as a quick strike team, and they've done it twice tonight. Time of possession is going to be very lopsided in the opening quarter, but the score is the same.
Well, when you look at this game so far, you look at Auburn. Auburn's defense is suspect, but Alabama's defense, Auburn is moving the football at will against Alabama's excellent defense also. So it's a game of two offenses that are having their way. And I think, Ron, when you look at this, when you look back on this thing, Marcel West in his kickoff returns twice have set up Alabama.
Good field
great
position.
Field position.
No question about it. I want to show you something that happened on the play. Spikes was really pleading after the play that he got held. And let's see if he did or not. Look at the block right there. He got kind of turned around. Maybe he had a point of pleading his case, but by then Malone was gone. 59 yards in the touchdown, and we're tied at 14. Watch his kickoff. Baker 5 yards deep. He will not return this one.
The two game breakers, Ron. Todrick Malone takes a little bit of an edge now with the second touchdown and 115 yards on 3 touches. Stephen Davis back on the field. Great players live for this game.
Well, you saw Nix when he came off with the big smile on his face just a while ago. Freddie Kitchens was smiling when he went off the field just a second ago.
Sure, Mike DeBose, the defensive line coach, is going to talk to that defensive line at halftime. As you look, the most penalties in school history, you go on ball movements. You do not go on the inflection of the quarterback's voice.
After this play, we're going to check in with Mike Adamle, who's going to explain the official situation tonight with that injury to Bert Ackerman just a while ago. Did after the play. Davis straight ahead. Tries to take some folks with him, but Dwayne Rudd is hanging on. And, Mike, what is the situation? What are they doing?
Well, I just talked to Alabama trainer Bill McDonald, and Bert Ackerman, they think he's injured some ligaments in his knee. He has been taken to one of the two locker rooms. The problem is they do have an alternate referee here, Bob Patrick, but he is running the clock, and Bert doesn't feel like he is capable enough, healthy enough right now to run that clock. So Bob is still on the clock, and we're operating with an official short.
Okay. And it's one of the things that they prepare for, how they rotate. And who fills in for him? Davis, big opening, and he is out to the 35-yard line. That's Rudd and Kevin Jackson who are holding on.
Stephen Davis was recruited by Pat Dye. He's a Bo Jackson-type runner. Auburn has faced more 8-man fronts this year. He's had less rushing attempts this season. He's going to face 8 people in the box tonight against Alabama, but he gets stronger and stronger when he gets his hands on the football.
You know, I was interested in talking with Patrick Nix day before yesterday, and he said nobody in the world is happier for Freddie Kitchens than I am. He said, I know he plays for Alabama, but we both learned under the same person, my father in high school. Play action. Under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. Way back inside the 30-yard line, and it's number 90, John Walters, the middle linebacker. I'll complete the thought that I had. He said it was interesting that when Freddie came up, he said they had to ask permission from his mom for him to be moved to the varsity.
Good, Ron, good pressure by Ralph Staten and John Walters there. That's a slow developing play that when you call that play and you hit a blitz like you hit there against Alabama, it's either a feast or famine, and it was famine there.
So it's second down, Auburn. The line to make is just out across the 45-yard line. Shovel pass. Morrow almost picks up the first down. There is a flag down at the 41. Well, I think that reaction tells you who it's against.
Holding, offense, 10 yards, penalty from the father foul. Ron, I saw a lot of yelling on the sideline by the Alabama coaches. Now, they were really into that play, and I think they were calling for the holding call there, but really a very well-designed play by Terry Bowden and a good play call on that. The shovel draw has hurt the Alabama rush. They're trying to slow it down.
You're looking at big number 71, Willie Anderson.
He can play. He's one of the best tackles in the country.
He's from the Mobile area. I said, Willie, how big is this game to you? He said, I can't go home if we lose this. I just can't go home. Pass over the middle, has it complete at the 38. That's Gaucher. So that's 58 receptions for Gaucher this year. But Mike, oddly enough, 58 catches. He just still doesn't have a touchdown.
Well, it goes back again to the pass offense of Auburn, and as you watch it develop in this ball game, it's medium-range passes, not a lot of long balls where you're going to get a lot of touchdown passes like Bobby Bowden at Florida State, where they hang the ball up a lot in the end zone, deep throws. It's a more medium-range passing game by Auburn.
Rips it over the middle, and boy, that thing could have been picked off as Gaucher had it slip between his fingers. Mike Adamle, let's check with you.
Well, Ron and Mike, I think the other amazing statistic about Gaucher is the fact he is the boundary receiver and not the field receiver. It means you have less room to work with. And last year when Frank Sanders was catching all those passes, he did it as the field receiver. So I think it's even more impressive what Willie Gaucher has done this year.
Well, that's for sure.
Well, Ron, what happens a lot of times, you're on the back side and the short side away from the 3 receiver, so you really get single receiver coverage. So it's a pretty good position to be in.
Another good driving kick. Townsend with a fair catch, and he makes it inside the 25. Lou Holtz and Notre Dame need a win to stay in major bowl contention. But to get it, they have to go through the fighting force of Air Force. That game is right after this one. Notre Dame and Air Force next. Ron Franklin with Mike Gottfried and Mike Adamle coming to you from Auburn, Alabama. 60th meeting between these two teams who were tied with 44 seconds left for the opening quarter. Really. And Mike, quite frankly, I thought we would see him already a dozen times tonight, and it hasn't been the case.
Well, what's happened, Ron, is Auburn saying you're not going to beat us running the football. So they're crowding 8 people and sometimes 9 people to stop the Alabama running game, which means Todrick Malone, Curtis Brown, one-on-one man coverage on the outside. So really, your best bet if you're Alabama is to take Curtis Brown, Todrick Malone, throw the ball outside.
Clock runs just about out of time in his first stanza. Kitchens with a play action on second down. Hit, and he's going to be sacked at the 21-yard line just as the clock runs out. That's the end of the first quarter with our score. Alabama 14 and Auburn 14.
Perhaps it's because we offer our business class passengers complimentary limousines, sleeper seats with up to 15 inches of extra legroom, and personal video screens at every seat. Or it may just be our refreshingly different British personality. Whatever the reason, it seems we put a few noses just a bit out of joint. Upper Class by Virgin Atlantic Airways.
When plumbers hit the road, they carry more than a truckload of faucets and pipes. They carry knowledge about products, like why the finishes and solid brass construction of Delta faucets are right for you. They carry knowledge about styles and knowledge about procedures and codes that tell you they're as committed to perfection as we at Delta are. In fact, there's only one thing as dependable as Delta faucets, and that's the plumber who installs them. Delta, the way water is brought to life.
Imagine hearing the call of the road, not the road itself. Imagine having the world at your fingertips. Imagine worrying less and enjoying more. Imagine an automobile so precisely engineered it feels as if it were formed from a single piece of steel. Introducing the all-new 1996 Mercury Sable.
Imagine yourself in a Mercury.
At Kelly Springfield, we've been making tires for more than 100 years. And at our age, some might suggest we're over the hill. They're absolutely right. Kelly Springfield, America's oldest tire company.
Well, if anybody had told me coming into the ballgame we would have had 28 first-quarter points scored in this ballgame, I would have said, no, I don't believe so. Wouldn't you, Mike?
Well, they've really opened it up. Both teams opening it up more. It's a rival game. You save some things for the rivalry.
Kitchen over the middle. Todrick Malone can't hold on. Threw it just a little bit behind him. Anthony Harris was trying to cover on the play. So Baker will drop off into a single safety, and Alabama will have to punt it away for the second time tonight as you look at Hayden Stockton. Nice driving spiral. Baker from the 32. And good coverage for the Crimson Tide. It's a 46-yard boot at a 5-yard return.
Key plays in the first half, Ron. Stephen Davis going to catch the football. Patrick Nix with a great play, great vision, finding Stephen Davis out of the backfield. Touchdown. Alabama came right back. Todrick Malone from Freddie Kitchens. Long pass, and the motion play to Todrick Malone. The sweep gets a good block from Curtis Alexander, and it's Katie bar the door.
And McLeod comes in on this series. Number 43. He has been slowed down with a gimpy foot. Sophomore out of Clarkston, Georgia. Turns it up. 2.5, 5, 6, maybe 7 yards in the play.
Number 99, Eric Curley.
Eric Curley is down at the bottom of the stack. Eric is a sophomore out of Birmingham. Deshae Townsend, you saw him looking back for the defensive signals from the bench. He also has a 90-yard block kick return for a touchdown. As we mentioned, he's got 4 interceptions, 2 last week against Mississippi State. Alabama shifting on defense. Davis right up the middle. You see number 7, Kevin Jackson. We have him already for 5 tackles in this ball game as a junior out of Dothan. McLeod with a good block on that play.
He's a safety, Ron, that they're going to move up to be the 8th man to try to stop the running game. But what Auburn is figuring is they can block the 7 people, and the 8th person, that's going to be turned over to Stephen Davis. He has got to run over him or try to get by him. And he's a strong enough back. If you keep running him, he'll wear down corners and safeties as the game goes on.
Mike, you have to wonder, with the kind of offense that Terry Bowden is trying to get going here at Auburn, if they will ever have another big back like a Stephen Davis, because the big back doesn't fit into that kind of plan, really, does he?
Well, if he had good hands, he would. You could keep him on the field, and when you spread people out, he'd be dangerous because the defense has to spread out. But Stephen Davis is not the pass receiver that they need in there, so when they go to 4 wide receivers, he's got to come off the bench.
Oh, very quickly, here comes Damian Craig into the lineup. Auburn lined up on the ball, and immediately you see Alabama getting set because they did not pick up the first down. It's just inches. Straight ahead with a running play, Fred Beasley, and it's an Auburn first down. Cross midfield.
What this does for Auburn, though, it gets them a chance to put Damian Craig on the field in key situations so that when he takes over as the quarterback next year, he's been in the heat of the game, he's been in key situations, so it's not like it's going to be a new thing for him.
Sophomore out of Pritchard, the heir apparent to the starting job here at Auburn, and is really a great-looking athlete. Next for the play action, backside pressure. His arm was moving as Darrell Blackburn made the hit on him. And Mike Adamle, let's check back with you.
You know, Patrick Nix and Damian Craig, Auburn's 2-headed quarterback, not unlike guys the situation Gene Stallings had a couple of years ago when Jay Barker was playing great at quarterback, but he also had the talented running abilities of David Palmer to draw from, and using David much the same way that Terry Bowden employs Damian. An added threat inside the red zone or anytime you got short yards. Kind of reminded me what Bill Cowher did with Cordell Stewart the other night.
Yep, that's right. Mike, they said his arm was not going forward, so it's counted as a sack. So it's back to the 46-yard line. Pass complete over the middle, and let's check in with Mike Tirico.
Ron, Southern Cal down 10, mounting a comeback. 20-play, 82-yard, 9-minute drive. Brad Ottman to Tyler Cashman. They go for 2 and miss. So UCLA leads by 4. We welcome those of you who watch now bowl-eligible LSU shut out the West champs, Arkansas, by 28.
28-0. So Arkansas gets shut out, and they are headed to the SEC championship game. Wow. Next one, scramble. He's got a lot of room to run, and now gets to the way. Was he over the line of scrimmage? The official looks back and says no. And Eric Lowe will take it inside the 20-yard line. Matt Gentry stood at the line to make sure that it was not an illegal forward pass and no flag was thrown.
Well, Ron, you always tell your linebackers and defensive backs you never leave a receiver until you're sure that quarterback's running down the field. Eric Lowe just gets the floating pass from Patrick Nix for the big play, and Auburn's inside the 20, but defensive backs and linebackers never leave their man while the quarterback still has a chance to throw the football.
So it's first down. The ball inside the 20-yard line, and McLeod comes in. They face the pitch, trying to set up the screen, and has it complete. That's Fuller, the tight end. Touchdown, Auburn. $17 yards, and Fuller with the touchdown as Hawkins tries to make it 21-14. So let's take a timeout. 11:44 left until halftime. Terry Bowden's Tigers by 7.
Hey, I got 2 tickets at center court. Call me back in 10 and they're yours.
Right this second, you could have missed the hottest tickets in town. With a Motorola pager, you know. Now.
Right this second, a member of the family is waiting to be picked up. With a Motorola pager, you know, now.
Hi, boy.
Well, his voice isn't any higher.
The GMC Sierra. This year, it has even more power. And it's always been known for strength. And, of course, style. But we still felt the need for a little something on the side. The convenient new third door. Another first on Sierra from GMC.
Finding out Little Caesar's new stuffed crust pizza is a better deal at only $7.99 results in a kind of wacky happiness. A large cheese and pepperoni stuffed crust pizza. Carried out at Little Caesar's, a better deal at just $7.99.
Pizza, pizza.
Now get any of Little Caesar's pizzas delivered right to your door.
Hey, beautiful toga.
Delivery.
ESPN's presentation of CFA Primetime is brought to you by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. And by GMC Truck, the strength of experience.
Ron, Patrick Nix is 16-4-1 as his career starter here, and I tell you, he is playing the game of his life tonight. He made a great play on that last pass to Fuller for the touchdown.
Gentile will kick it off. 7 plays, 62 yards, just under 3 minutes for Auburn. And it's a squib kick. I guess hard to tell. That could not have been intentional, could it?
I don't know. I think that what he was trying to do was squib it and keep it away from Marcel West, and maybe just didn't hit the ball right because it was not covered like an onside kick. Patrick Nix just off to a great first half here. 12 out of 16, 172 yards, and a big run on the draw play. But really, what doesn't show up in those numbers is he was under great pressure on that last play and had the presence to find Fuller for the touchdown pass.
Mike, this is incredible. They're trying to keep it away from Marcel West, and he kicks it out of bounds at the 40-yard line. So
that's about where they've been starting with Marcel West.
44, 44, 41, and 23. Now the 40. They have great field position. Quick pass. Incomplete. Malone is the man that he wanted. He just raised right up and pitched it, but he was off the mark.
Wayne Hall is sitting back figuring, hey, I'm not going to keep letting Freddie Kitchens get off to this good start. He's bringing Larry Melton, his corner, off the short side of the field to try to pressure the young sophomore quarterback. and they bring Todrick Malone back in motion again, sometimes they may do some different things off of that to try to slow Auburn down.
Play action, under pressure, and he's sacked. Andre Miller, and it's the third time that Auburn has sacked the Tide in his first half.
Beat the block of Pete DeMario, number 72. Really, Freddie Kitchens needed to stay inside a little bit more. Going to see a good fake by Freddie Kitchens, but Andre Miller, number 95, beating the block of Tony Johnson, the tight end, just brings down Freddie Kitchens.
And Mike, one of the problems that the Auburn defense has been having, and that is no push from the down linemen, and tonight they seem to be getting it.
They're getting pressure on Freddie Kitchens, and now if you're an Alabama fan or an Auburn fan, now you think turnover if you're the Auburn defense.
Third down, 22. Dropped it. Brown had beaten or had cut away from the defensive back, and he dropped the football.
Dell McGee's the best defensive back for Auburn, and they put him on Curtis Brown. Made a pretty good play on Curtis Brown because the ball was right on the money. That was a good series for the Auburn defense.
It's back-to-back good defensive series for the Tigers, trying to grab the momentum in this ball game. They lead it by 7. This is Stockton, and he is preparing to kick it away to another number 18, Robert Baker. Good high spiral. Baker fumbles it. I don't believe he's still on his feet. Loses the football, and they had whistled the play down at the 21-yard line. 51 yards in the kick.
I think Robert Baker would have rather they blew it quicker than this because he takes some shots on this play. Fumbles the football, picks it back up, takes a hit. Really doesn't go down here. Still not down. I don't believe he was down the whole time.
He never was down.
Quick whistle on Robert Baker.
Then the ball was lost. So it's going to be first down at the 21. Runs into his own man, Gibson, and almost ran him down. It's going to be a gain of almost 15 yards in the play.
Stephen Davis following this big offensive line of Auburn. Willie Anderson, number 71, opening it up. Good block by Jesse McCovery. Auburn is really keeping Alabama and Bill Oliver off balance. Throwing the ball, running the football, get good mix in their game plan tonight.
You know, Tyrone Gibson, they call him Bones. He's only 6'2", 175. He's out there trying to block, and Davis almost ran up his back. As you see, Nix probably had his foot stepped on by an offensive lineman.
What happens usually, a center or guard trying to get back, trying to cheat back, will sometimes step on the quarterback, but not quick enough getting out of there. I think that's what happened.
Check with Mike Adamley. Mike?
And Auburn may stay in this I formation with this 21-14 lead a little longer than Terry Bowden would like, because they have lost not only the services of Karsten Bailey, who is out right now with a sprained left ankle, but also Willie Gaucher. You remember that pass that he dropped at the end of the first quarter? Well, he dislocated his finger on it. He's been taken to the locker room, so he may be done for the night.
So Auburn getting low on receivers is hit from behind and knocked down his Nix again, and that's 3 sacks by Alabama in the ball game as Blackburn gets to him.
Ron, they keep substituting defensive people in. They play 6 to 7 to 8 defensive linemen, always moving them around. Darrell Blackburn trying to get that extra push late in the second quarter.
But you know, Mike, the dangerous thing for Auburn is, at least 2 of the sacks that I remember, he's been hit from the backside, and at left tackles where you got to have the maximum protection because you lose the football. They try to set up the screen, and they do. Morrow. Boy, he takes a shot at the 30-yard line as Moore is there. And also Andre Short, number 23.
That was a good series by the Alabama defense, answering the good series by the Auburn defense. Great first half, Ron. This is a great first half of college football. Both sides of the ball. Great effort out of the players.
Goss drops off in a deep safety as Hawkins will kick it away. Auburn 21, Alabama 14. Not quite as good in this kick, but he kicks it away from Goss. It takes an Alabama bounce, and it is touched dead inside the 40. So let's take a break. 8:08 left until halftime.
Don't let a new car payment be a financial burden. Call 1-800-32-SMART. About Smart Lease by GMAC. It just might give you something you wouldn't mind carrying around. Don't let a new truck payment stretch you to the limit. Call 1-800-32-SMART. About Smart Lease by GMAC. It keeps new vehicles well within reach.
The GMC Sierra. This year, it has even more power. And it's always been known for strength. And of course, style. But we still felt the need for a little something on the side. The convenient new third door. Another first on Sierra from GMC.
It's a Thanksgiving football parade on ESPN as the Pittsburgh Panthers try to pounce on the Mountaineers in West Virginia. Friday at 4, only on ESPN.
Unit 7, do not attempt to enter premises. Wait for backup. Do you copy Unit 7? Unit 7?
So on the near sideline, the Auburn offense discussing with their coaches what went wrong in that last series. One of the things that went wrong was a really good effort by the Crimson Tide defense. Malone in motion. They pitch it to him, and now they come with a reverse. This is West. And going to be shoved out of bounds at the 34-yard line. It's going to be a loss of about 4. Terry Solomon. Well, now for our Sega Sports students of the game from Alabama. Marion Reyes, a sophomore cornerback. He is a 3.0 in mechanical engineering. And from Auburn, senior kicker Matt Hawkins, a 3.9, Masters in Business Administration. Sega Sports congratulates these fine student athletes. Over the middle. Ball is batted back at the line of scrimmage, and it looked Charles Dorsey, number 91, who is another freshman, got up and batted it away.
This is the best I've seen Auburn's defense play in a long time. Wayne Hall, the defensive coordinator, with a good job on Freddie Kitchens. Charles Dorsey is seen with his hands in the air. Pass rushers, when you get stopped at the line of scrimmage, get those hands up as high as you can. Make the quarterback throw around you.
Third down, Alabama. The line to make is out at the 48-yard line. That's their own 48. Kitchens right over the middle, and it is incomplete as Malone had Anthony Harris all over him. Now, Mike, that's 3 back-to-back-to-back defensive series by Auburn, and the home crowd is helping build the momentum for them. That's dangerous for Alabama.
Oh, it really is. And when you look back on that series, the first play of the reverse when it lost 5 yards, you cannot put Freddie Kitchens in long yardage situations. First down is probably the best down for them to throw on.
Stockton's kick. This is a beauty. High wobbling spiral. Baker from the 20. Breaks by a tackler. Hit from behind, and you could see Alabama desperately trying to knock the ball away. That was Kelvin Sigler.
You're going to get a hold on this on Alabama. They were holding on the punt. So a decision for Auburn.
Well, Mike, you're exactly right, as they get Nix back out on the field.
It's on Eddie Hunter, number 47. On the kicking team, behind the line of scrimmage, will penalize from the foul. It'll be a 4th down.
So they're going to make them kick it again. And while they realign, great tournament action on ESPN, the Maui Invitational. Tip-off begins at 2 o'clock with Michigan State against Chaminade. Then at 9:30, Vanderbilt against number 20, North Carolina. At 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the defending national champion UCLA Bruins take on the defending West Coast Conference champs, Santa Clara. Basketball time is here. Stockton's kick, good coverage kick, but not as far. This is Baker at the 40. At midfield, and Baker to the 44-yard line, and let's go to Mike Tirico. Mike?
Ron, Kansas State down 3. They come up with a bizarre play on a touchdown drive. The quarterback, Matt Miller, to Mitch running. That's the forward pass. This is a backwards pass, so it's legal. They work it down closer. Eric Hickson runs it in from a yard out, battling for the Cotton Bowl bid. K-State by 4.
I remember that one from our side yards. You drew it in the dirt. But I'll tell you what, it worked pretty well, drawing it up on an AstroTurf. Good advice.
Bill Snyder really knows how to call the game for Kansas State. That holding penalty on Alabama on the punt cost them about 25 yards. They're making the mistakes. Auburn is not making mistakes in this first half. Alabama's made the big mistakes in the first half.
We saw that shot of Gene Stallings in the sideline and the grimace on his face. And the one thing he is frustrated about this year is what we've talked about in the first half, and that is penalties.
Penalties have killed him in this ball game so far in the first half. Really set him back.
Second down, Davis runs right into the linebacking core, and that's tough territory right there. Rudd is the man who's holding on to him, number 87.
Wayne Rudd's an outstanding linebacker. When I was talking to Terry Bowden the other day, he said he's the best linebacker we faced all year. Number 44, Wayne Rudd. He's 6'2", 232 pounds. He meets Stephen Davis. Number 87, Wayne Rudd.
Tommy Tuberville was wishing that he had been able to get this young man. He's from Batesville, Mississippi, which is only 26 miles from Oxford. And Auburn calls a timeout. So we'll take it with him. 6:09 left until halftime. We'll be right back.
The Iowa Classic next weekend, November 24th to 25th in Bailey's Memorial Coliseum.
It's 96 Celebration Week at your Super 7 GMC truck dealers. We're celebrating the arrival of the new 1996 GMC Truck 4s. New Jimmys, full-size Sierras, compact Sonomas, versatile Safaris, all at celebration introductory prices. And that means big celebration values, incredible celebration savings during the 96 Celebration Week at Crown, Superior, Newton, Crawford, Moss, Heritage, and Sale GMC. These are trucks for life.
Few things in life are more important than good eyesight. Working, reading, driving. Who can you really trust with your vision? The answer is clear. Vincent Vision Center in South Pittsburgh. Dr. Randall Vincent is involved in this community, and his qualified staff are proud of their work. With a wide variety of stylish and affordable frames to choose from, the in-store laboratory and one-day service, there's no other reason to go anywhere else. Visit our store in South Pittsburgh today and see clearly tomorrow.
Record in football. Tomorrow, Bono and company welcome the upset-minded Oilers for an AFC shootout in Kansas City.
Kansas City? Hey, they got good food there.
National powers collide in the second annual DirecTV Grade 8. 8 great teams, 4 great games, 2 great nights. Action begins Tuesday night, November 28th at 7. Only on ESPN.
21-14, Auburn leads. 6:09 to play until halftime. There's 35 points in the first half of this one. Got a lot of people shocked, but they have really been entertained. As both teams have opened it up in this opening stanza. Hand is coming at wide receiver. He's only caught 1 pass this year, but Auburn is getting low on receivers because of injury. Blitz coming from Staten. That may be a lateral. You better go cover it there, Harold Morrow. What are they going to say? Incomplete forward pass, it would appear.
Good coverage by Bill Oliver in Alabama there. They knew exactly where Patrick Nix was going with the football. Ron, you bring up a good point, because when you try to run the four-receiver set, you lose a Willie Gaucher. You're not as efficient without Willie Gaucher in the lineup. Here's the pass to the side. I think it's forward to Harold Morrow. Dwayne Rudd on the coverage.
Plus the fact Karsten Daly had been playing, although a freshman, had been playing quite a bit. Good high coverage kick. Deep man will run away from it, and now Auburn will down it inside the 5-yard line. For the first time tonight, as Colin gets it, for the first time tonight, Alabama will have to scrimmage from deep in their own territory. And let's check in with Mike Tirico.
Against the best defense in the nation, Ron, Colorado with surgeon-like precision, a $120 down the field. John Hessler to James Kidd. Touchdown Buffaloes in Manhattan. 64 seconds left. Colorado leads by 3.
Well, K-State has really gotten where they play them tough. Like we had that game 2 years ago. Tonight we were out there doing that one. And K-State came close in that one. Riddle. Miska, number 45, the senior out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, will knock him down. Miska losing his starting spot to Spikes, to Keo Spikes. Miska was in his 3rd year as a starter here at Auburn.
Walk-on from Connecticut. His family said, you're either going to college or the service. He chose Auburn as a walk-on, and has played pretty good football here, but got beat out, as you say, by Takeo Spikes. Very talented freshman.
Second down for the Alabama Crimson Tide as they scrimmage from their own 7-yard line. Clock running about to go under 5 until intermission time. Riddle again as they run it back into the boundary. And he will be stopped shy of the 10-yard line as Miska and Anthony Harris are there to make the tackle.
What Auburn's saying to Alabama tonight on defense is, you're not going to run the football. We're piling 8 and 9 people up there. Now, if you want to try, you go ahead and try. But now, field position such, and Gene Stallings does not want to take a chance on throwing the football. The best down to throw for Alabama is first down, but they've got to throw the football.
On first down. You're right. Mike, will he throw right here with the 34?
He has to. They may come back with the same type of run with Riddle.
Curtis Brown is the man at the bottom of your screen. Kitchen just going to hold on to it himself, but he's knocked down for no gain. And Auburn stands to get very good field position as Charles Dorsey just ate him up.
Ron, I don't understand that, but I think that was a design run all the way by Freddie Kitchens, but it didn't have any design to it. As you watch this play, there's no one blocking inside. There's just too much penetration. Charles Dorsey. One thing I think Freddie Kitchens did on that play that didn't allow it to happen is he didn't get wide enough on the play.
Well, Stockton to kick it away. Baker has come very close 3 times tonight. Let's see if he gets an opportunity on this one. Again, Alabama with good punt coverage. Gets by the first, and then, whoa, he gets leveled at the 46-yard line. Sunday Night NFL on ESPN. Steve Bono and the Chiefs, cast of veterans, put their league best 9-1 record on the line when they play host to the Houston Oilers. That's Sunday Night NFL at 8 p.m. on ESPN.
Ron, you go back to the conservative play calling by Alabama, and I think the reason for that is when you've got a young quarterback like Freddie Kitchens, you don't want to put him in a bad situation.
Yep.
So I think that explains their 3 play calls.
By the way, Jackson Cook is the man who got downfield and made the tackle on Baker. Nix, great protection. Lobson has it complete. That's Gibson. And what a job by Riley Taylor will beat Thomas and Anderson, the offensive front.
Yeah, he could have eaten a sandwich back there that time because of the time he had. And if you let receivers run that long, Tyrone Goodson's going to find an opening, and he did. Kevin Jackson just raising his hand, just not able to knock the ball away.
Also, Nix with great touch on the ball because there were 2 defenders in between Goodson and the football.
Look at Auburn, what they've done defensively, allowing Alabama just minus 10 yards here in the second quarter. Dominated them on defense.
The safety creeps up. Gonna go on top. Got a man and couldn't hold on. Dixon is who they were going for. And here, Auburn throwing on first down, and you could see the safety creeping up. I think Bama thought they were going to run.
I think both teams have that opportunity on first down, but Patrick Nix has a long arm motion. And when you have a quarterback with a long arm motion, takes a long step, your defensive backs get an extra time to break on the ball. Fernando Bryant against Tyrone Goodson. But when you get that long stride, defensive backs have a little bit longer to break on the ball.
Ozell Powell just kind of walking around in the Auburn backfield.
Well, they're adding to that record they set with penalties.
That's 7 penalties against Alabama. 7-1, the numbers as far as penalties.
First half has been totally, Alabama has made penalties, mistakes, turnovers. Auburn's played air-free.
Knicks 14 of 20, 204 yards and 2 touchdowns. And they go with Davis. Little misdirection. Cuts it to the left side inside the 15-yard line. And that is an Auburn first down. As Cedric Samuel had to come up from his free safety position and make the tackle. And they're running right into the student section right here. And they are loving it.
Ran right behind Shannon Robique. He's the glue that holds this Auburn offensive line together. 44 straight starts for the center from Baton Rouge.
Pitch today. You see an arm tackle tried and not performed as Powell makes the stop on him and let's check in once again with Mike Tirico. Mike?
Ron, Kansas State down 3. Watch the quarterback, Matt Miller. He's trying to get all his guys in order, but the center, Jason Johnson, snapped it too quick. It's behind him. It's trouble. It's Kerry Hicks recovering for a Colorado touchdown. The Buffs likely on their way to the Cotton Bowl, up 10.
Boy, that's a surprise when that happens. The only other play that I've seen like that this year is when North Texas, but the punter hadn't gone in the ball game and the center snapped it. Now, that was a real surprise.
The fan tried to punt it out of the end zone.
Let it go, or they fake the running play and the pass, and Beasley never turned around. And look at Tyrone Goodson saying he held on to me. And there was Kendrick Brown who they let through in the pass rush.
Fred Beasley's really a tailback playing fullback. He's 6 foot, 205 pounds. He's not the style of fullback you'd expect here at Auburn. He's a tailback playing that fullback position. But he has good speed, good hands.
And Auburn wants a timeout with 2:15 left until halftime. Terry Bowden looks over that offensive sheet to see what is down there.
Where you look for Auburn to go here is to number 82, Andy Fuller. And that's Andy Fuller sitting there, standing there, listening to what Terry Bowden's calling. But the tight end down here, Andy Fuller's been a key target for him in tight end situations down here inside the 15-yard line.
Let's go back to Mike Tirico and check in with him. Mike?
All right, Ron, we just want to remind everyone at the end of the first half, we have the halftime report. Some interesting doings at the top of the top 25, and then it also plays into the Southeastern Conference day today. Number 5 and number 4 could flip-flop. We'll talk about that and preview the back end of our doubleheader, Notre Dame Air Force. All coming up at halftime. See you then.
Okay, Mike. No, we're not done here by a long shot tonight as we'll head out to Colorado Springs after this one to take a look at that biggie between the Air Force Academy and Notre Dame. And the Falcons play it very tough when you have to come up to the mountains to play them, don't they, Mike?
They sure do. And that option attack. Harold Morrow, who usually lines up in the backfield, is lining up way to the right side here for Auburn.
So you see the shotgun. Nobody back there with Nix. Steps up right over the middle. Incomplete as it hit Baker in the hands. Staten was hanging all over him. He, I don't believe, could have taken it to the end zone. So that means that Matt Hawkins will come into the lineup, and it would appear that they will attempt the field goal from around the 18-yard line. From this range, he is 6 of 6. They're going to put it down at the 17, so it's a 27-yard attempt. And he got it. And the Auburn Tigers go up by 10 points, 24-14, with just over 2 to play. Ron Franklin along with Mike Gottfried and Mike Adamley from Auburn, Alabama. The 60th meeting between these two clubs. Back here to play tonight. Mike, the Auburn Tigers are 2-0 at this stadium, playing in this series right here. If Terry Bowden paces the sideline offensively in the first half of this game, I have to say that I'm a little bit surprised that they have been able to do against Bill Oliver's defense what they have been able to.
Well, I think they've kept them off balance. Really good play calling, running the football. Stephen Davis has been a big factor. They're throwing the ball. Of course, they lose Gaucher, which is going to hurt them a little bit. But they really have not made any mistakes. Alabama's made the mistakes. Penalties, the fumble, just key mistakes in big situations.
What does Alabama do offensively? Now, they finally got bad field position. Gene did not want to put his young quarterback in jeopardy, but what do they got to do to get back in this thing?
Got to throw on first down. They've got to get the ball to Todrick Malone, but they can't give up on the run. The reason they're not running the football is Auburn's not allowing them to, because bringing 8-9 people in that box.
Mike, if anybody had told you 38 first-half points in this ball game and we may not be done, would you have believed them?
No, and I'll tell you what, the biggest problem Auburn's had is the kickoff team, because Alabama's been able to get that ball in great field position.
It's a great point. They kick a line drive kick again, and they kick it out of bounds. It's going to be out to the 35-yard line. Let's check in with Mike Adams.
Guys, a little more on the pageantry of this game. As you guys know, I'm a Big Ten person. I've been to the Big House in Ann Arbor, the Horseshoe in Columbus, and we've got our little brown jug and the old oaken bucket. But I've got to tell you, and I'm really humbled, this Auburn-Alabama rivalry is just bigger than any game I've ever been to. Just this morning, walking over to the stadium, people don't just say hello. They greet you instead with hello, War Eagle, hello, Roll Tide. I've tried to read hundreds of books about this rivalry, but I've given up trying to comprehend this thing that's so full of culture and history. Instead, I'm just laying back and enjoying it. I'm having a great time on the sideline.
That's a fun place to be, Mike. It really is. Kitchens drills the pass, complete, and he'll step out of bounds just across the 45 as Todrick Malone continues to actually help carry this Alabama offense.
That's the down to throw on, Ron. First down for Freddie Kitchens. And adding to what Mike Adamley says, right after they teach the ABCs in the school systems here, they teach Roll Tide and War Eagle, either one. And people live to yell at this game.
There's Malone outside working against Del McGee, number 24. Senior against senior. Got it complete. Up to the task is Malone. And stops the clock with 1:49 left until halftime.
The reason first down is the down for Alabama to throw on is because it's one-on-one on the outside. It's man coverage. Todrick Malone working against Del McGee. Because they're trying to stop the run, they're letting the corners on an island. Game breakers, 135 yards for Todrick Malone, 2 touchdowns, 83 tough yards for Stephen Davis and a score.
Chad Key, number 19, is coming to the lineup along with Marcel West. I'm not so sure that Malone didn't injure his finger on that last play. Kitchens under heavy pressure, and he's going to be sacked. Mark Smith finally got to him, and that's 4 times that Alabama has been sacked in this first half.
Good pressure again, but I think the decision by Freddie Kitchens not to throw the ball was a good decision because he's under pressure, pretty good coverage, takes it back down, now he's ready to throw again, not sure he wants to deliver it. Mark Smith makes the tackle, but that's better than a turnover.
And Alabama calls a timeout, so they stop it with 61 seconds left until halftime. Bear Bryant needs 1 win to become football's winningest coach. Lenny Patrick had what the Bear called the greatest run I ever saw. To preserve the win, and Bryant has number 315, passing Amos Alonzo Stagg to become number 1. There you see our situation, 24-14, 61 seconds left.
And Ron, there's a lot of people that wonder whether this is Gene Stallings' last game tonight. I talked to him Thursday on the practice field at Alabama, and I can tell you this: he's relaxed in this setting. He was Thursday, and I think in this ball game tonight, I don't know if he's made a decision. He told me he wants to take a week and he wants to sit down and think about this thing. Does not want to make a decision while he's tired, but I got a feeling when you look at his record, 10 wins a season, he may be tired of this. And when he doesn't really come out and say, I'm coming back, you know, it makes you think that he's not going to be back.
Plus the fact the new place in Paris, Texas is now done. It's ready. And I'm not so sure that he's not ready to kick back and enjoy family.
And he's got a president who's going to retire. He's got an interim AD. He's got an unsettling situation at the university.
Little in motion. Deep over the middle. Got his tight end, and that's Tony Johnson. Lost the football, but they say the play is dead at the 21-yard line.
Well, the motion player really set this up for Tony Johnson. Good play called by Homer Smith, the offensive coordinator, to get Tony Johnson down the middle against 2 deep coverage.
Johnson is down at the 11-yard line, and the training staff will come on to attend to him. So the clock is stopped. You could see Gene's pointing to Freddie Kitchen saying, get down the field and get it set up and go. But with the player injured, the clock has been stopped anyway.
We're talking about Gene Stallings' record as we see the replay of Tony Johnson making a catch, and I think he hits the ground. That's when the ball comes out. It's really a pretty good call by the officials. But Gene Stallings, 60 wins, 10 wins a season. He's done an excellent job here, a national championship for the Tide. But you just wonder about whether he's going to be back. There's also some talk about the assistants, maybe some of them moving to different jobs. So it's something that it has to be settled right away because it will affect recruiting.
Well, as far as the 90s are concerned, as far as winningest teams, Alabama's right there. When you look at an 82.9 percentage win record with a 60-12-1. I think the other thing is, Mike, is Gene Stallings wants to leave under his terms. He doesn't want it to have somebody else making that total decision for him.
Well, they asked him to come into university and build this program. He's done that. He won a national championship. What else can you do? I mean, he's won 10 games a season.
Tony Johnson still down at the 11-yard line. The biggest stoppages in play in this first half have been because of injuries. One to an official, and now to Johnson, and he is up, and they're helping him off the field. Either it knocked the wind out of him, or the way he's holding that arm, you have to wonder if maybe shoulder or collarbone came into play. He came down pretty hard at the 11. GMAC halftime report coming up next. We've had some shockers again today, some near shockers. And we'll bring you up to date on all of that, plus a preview of what's after this game. Notre Dame Air Force. They fake the reverse. This is Ritter. And he goes inside the 20 to the 18.
Alabama still has a timeout yet, Ron. I wouldn't use it here. Still got some time to get set up here and go. Freddie Kitchen's got to get the right formation. You don't want to waste too much time, but you still got the timeout to stop it.
Curtis Brown to the bottom of your screen. Kitchens right over the middle, incomplete, and boy, the closest man to that was Charles Rose.
I think he saw Charles Rose, and that's why he threw it into the ground. He had Malone open on the right side, didn't see him. Good pressure tonight by Auburn's defensive front against this Alabama offensive line, putting pressure on Freddie Kitchens. Scott Stacy, number 54, hitting him. Sometimes you don't sack the quarterback, but you take enough out of him when you keep hitting him throughout the game.
So it's third down. But the most important thing is there are 15 seconds showing on the stadium clock. Tied with one timeout left in this first half. Incomplete. Curtis Brown is who he wanted. So here's the situation. Proctor. And Gene Stallings has got to show all the confidence in the world in this young man. He can't hop off board right now, but he's missed his last 5, Mike.
Ron, when I was over watching practice the other day, Randy Ross, who's the recruiting coordinator, worked with him, brought out old tapes, showed him his tapes when he was doing well, mental imaging, just trying to see himself successful. Let's see if it works.
35-yard attempt. Good pass, he missed it. To the left.
When you talk about getting in a slump, sometimes you just change one little movement. He just hooks the ball to the left. Good pressure by Auburn. Doesn't look like a lot of confidence by Michael Proctor himself.
Well, and Alabama had set that up nicely, that if they didn't get the touchdown, that they would get the 3. But as we head to the locker room, and it's halftime, our first half score, Auburn 24 and Alabama 14. Right now, let's join Mike Tirico for the GMAC halftime report. Mike.
Whew. Deep breath, guys. Great first half. Alabama won this game 21-14 last year. The Tigers at home lead by 10 this year. Don't even think of going anywhere. The GMAC halftime report has all the great highlights from this rivalry weekend, and a lot of the bowl picture is cleared up in the last couple of hours. Our halftime score on the Plains. Auburn leads by 10. Chris Lee and Craig join us as well. Don't go away.
The GMC Sierra. This year, it has even more power, and it's always been known for strength. And of course, style. But we still felt the need for a little something on the side. The convenient new third door. Another first on Sierra from GMC.
Our truck has broken down. We need help.
Better call Dad Collect.
Mike!
What, girl? I should dial 1-800-COLLECT? I'll save Dad lots of money on the car? And come Christmas, there'll be extra presents under the tree? Aw, thanks, girl.
Can a McDonald's McChicken sandwich take you by surprise? Can it help you win friends and influence people? Can it be just the break you've been waiting for? Of course it can. Can it make you see double? Yes, with McDonald's 2 for $2. 2 tender McChicken sandwiches or 2 6-piece chicken McNuggets for just $2. So, can it turn a pair of average couch potatoes into every woman's fantasy? Come on, what do you want for $2?
Have you had your break today?
This halftime report is brought to you by GMAC.
Auburn leads our game by 10. The storyline of the year, would it conclude successfully for Northwestern and the fans of the Wildcats? Would they go undefeated within the Big Ten for the first time since 1936? Gary Barnett's team taking on Purdue, up 7-0. Steve Schnurr and Dwayne Bates, a combination that's rolled off our tongues every Saturday this year, 72 yards. The Wildcats complete the 8-0 Big Ten season. Just that Miami of Ohio game keeps them from a perfect regular season, a 23-8 win. Darnell Autry, not only 100, a career best, 226. Ohio State, earlier today on ESPN, handled Indiana by 39. They play Michigan next week. Eddie George had 2 scores. Terry Glenn had 2 scores. Speaking of the Wolverines, at Happy Valley, where they had 1.5 feet of snow this week, taking on Penn State fourth quarter. Nittany Lions up 10 till Timmy B. Tim Biakabatuka, 18-yard score. The Penn State leads down to 3. Lions can't convert on third down. Fake field goal, Joel Nastasi for the touchdown in a wild one. Penn State wins by 10. So it looks like next week, a Penn State win over Michigan State, and they may be going to the Outback Bowl. Now, a wild game in the Commonwealth between Tennessee and Kentucky. Fourth quarter, Kentucky down 3. Billy Jack Haskins, the quarterback. Watch this block. Boom! What a terrific block, and there goes Billy Jack. touchdown, and Kentucky leads by 4 over number 4. Tennessee came back, took the lead, and then a key blocked field goal. Raymond Austin, the hero, on the block end of it. Tennessee hangs on to win 34-31. Philip Fulmer's team gets it done. Now the question, will Northwestern, which won impressively on the road, jump past Tennessee? Stay tuned. Number 3, Florida in the conference. They are 10-0, head for Florida State next week, but no, Ben Hanks, key defensive player for Florida, ejected for a fight, could miss the first half of next week. Seminoles join Virginia as co-ACC champs. Just ended a short time ago in Manhattan. Colorado, Kansas State. K-State down 3. Eric Hickson. Trickery got him down there. Hickson punched it in. K-State by 4. But next possession, Colorado down the field. In 80 seconds, Hessler, James Kidd, 20 yards for the touchdown. Then the defense tacks one on. Looks like the Buffs will be going to the Cotton Bowl as they are part of a 3-way tie with 2 losses in the Big 8. Kansas joins them there, beating Oklahoma State by 5. Iowa State and Missouri. The story here in this game, Troy Davis. Runs it in for 17 yards out. Missouri had the big lead in this game, but they still fed Davis the ball. 24 carries, 180 yards. The 5th player in Division 1A to break the 2,000 barrier. But Missouri was tough on this day. Brock Olivo, a touchdown run. Olivo actually outran Davis. He had 201. But the real story is Troy Davis. In this win, he joins Barry Sanders, Marcus Allen, Mike Rozier, and Rashawn Salam. Over 2,000 yards in a season. The other 4 won the Heisman. Davis likely will not. Virginia Tech, Virginia. Another storyline this year. Virginia losing heartbreakers. They lost 2 on the final play. Final minute in the rivalry against Virginia Tech. Jim Druckenmiller to Jermaine Holmes. 32 yards. Tech comes from behind. Interception returned for a TD on the last play of the game. Virginia Tech loses their first 2. Wins their last 9. Goes 9-2. Will tie for the Big East Championship, and we'll see what happens. Miami and Syracuse tie them. Who's going to go to the Alliance Bowl? If you didn't hear earlier today, Ray Goff was officially dismissed as the coach of the Georgia Bulldogs, called a negotiated resignation. Cut through the red tape, and he was fired. 2-year buyout. Goff will coach the team Thursday against Georgia Tech and in a bowl game if Georgia does get to one. The announcement was made official earlier today.
Since the outcome of the Georgia Tech game would have no bearing on my decision, I felt in fairness to Coach Goff and to all concerned that I would give my recommendation to Dr. Knapp and inform Coach Goff. With the decision already made, it would not be right to let speculation continue on the importance of the Georgia Tech game to Coach Goff's future.
We know about all the injuries. Vince Dooley said you needed significant improvement from 6-4-1 last year. The team is 5-5 right now. Bottom line, in 7 years, Goff's team was in the top 4 of the SEC just once. To talk about this and to talk about today, let's go back to Auburn. Chris Lee and Craig. Chris.
Mike, thank you very much. The $1 Million Band performing at halftime. We've got a lot to talk about. This is what the season needed. A bunch of games to energize what was going on in a pretty dull campaign. First to Virginia Tech and Virginia. Great story. 22 points in the 4th quarter. Virginia, another heartbreaker, but you can't deny the Hokies.
Well, Virginia Tech's defense, I thought, was going to play a lot better than they did today. I didn't expect Jim Druckenmiller, their quarterback, to have the 4th quarter that he did, or for Virginia to fall apart. Now Virginia Tech fans really get excited, saying they should be a part of the Alliance. It's simple. It comes down now to the Miami-Syracuse game next weekend.
Buckeyes win convincingly, a very subdued Ohio State locker room. They know that Michigan is the big game. Bobby Hoying should be okay after the mild concussion. Eddie George should be well rested.
Well, Eddie George did not play much in the second half, ran the ball only a few times. And the reason John Cooper did that is he knew that Bobby Hoying was hurt, and I don't think he's got a chance against Michigan without Hoying and George. So I think he sat out George for the Michigan game.
And Eddie understands that, but he was a little upset. He had a few things that he was saying to himself on the sideline. He wanted to get back in there. Meanwhile, Michigan and Penn State, power football from the Nittany Lions. Does that not bode well for Michigan?
Well, Ohio State's going to watch the film for next week's ball game. They're going to see an opportunity for them to take Eddie George. They rested him in the 4th quarter, as Chris said, and pound Michigan next week. Penn State had success on the ground. I thought Michigan's defense could bow up a little bit more than they did today. They didn't do it, though.
Against that Michigan defense, I put in Stanley Jackson, the quarterback who came in for Hoying, run a little bit of option. That'd be a lot of fun. Tennessee and Kentucky, Peyton Manning solid as usual, but a gutsy effort by Kentucky.
You got to give Bill Curry and his staff a lot of congratulations at Kentucky, especially a running back named Mo Williams. Now, if you haven't seen this guy play, let me tell you something. Eddie George is the best in the country. This guy's the 2nd best. If I were him, I'd go to the National Football League next year. He can play. He's only a junior.
And kudos to Troy Davis. Give him some credit now. He got 2,000 yards, all right? Yeah. But back to this ball game here. We thought the shootout between intrastate rivals. It's supposed to be next week in Gainesville.
Unbelievable. Alabama's offense has got to stay on the field because their defense will get worn out. Auburn will fatigue Alabama's defense unless they get on the field.
You got to give Auburn a lot of credit. The play calling was sensational by Terry Bowden. He kept them all balanced and kept them off balance. One interesting fact, Terry Bowden at Auburn is 21-0-1 when leading in halftime. And I picked Alabama. I think I'm in big-time trouble.
They're not a great come-from-behind team. You said they would need Michael Proctor, and he continues to struggle with the field goals. Mike Tirico back from the studio with more scores and highlights, including the Battle of Los Angeles. The Bruins and the Trojans, typically thrilling. That's coming up.
Don't let a new car payment be a financial burden. Call 1-800-32-SMART about Smart Lease by GMAC. It's an affordable way to drive off with a new GM vehicle. And it might even give you something you wouldn't mind carrying around.
My mom says a couple of ounces of antifreeze can kill our dog. Even 2 tablespoons can be bad for me. So we use an antifreeze that's safer for kids and pets. That's less harmful. My dad says any antifreeze can protect against freezing and rash. But is it less harmful for me and JoJo? That's what my dad cares about. What about yours?
Sierra Antifreeze, because safer is better.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is a monument to sustained excellence. The creativity on display at the National Inventors Hall of Fame built the world as we know it. There are no one-hit wonders in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In Ohio, we're reminded that greatness is achieved by working harder and smarter. That's why, for the second year in a row, Ohio leads the nation in new facilities and expansion, and why Ohio has more companies exporting than any other state. If you're in business, you need a partner like Ohio. Call 1-800-345-OHIO to join our winning team.
This halftime report is presented by GMAC Smart Lease. Want low monthly payments on a new GM vehicle? Call 1-800-32-SMART.
Battle of Alabama, Tigers lead the Crimson Tide by 10. For Southern Cal, the goals this year: win the conference, go to the Rose Bowl, snap the hex against Notre Dame, beat UCLA. They didn't beat Notre Dame. It's been 12 years. Could they beat UCLA for the first time in 5 years? Today at the Coliseum, 91,000 on hand. UCLA up 14-0. Cade McDowell reverse. Jim McElroy. He's going to throw. Kevin Jordan, 35-yard touchdown. UCLA up 21-0. Southern Cal tries a furious comeback. They don't get there. Terry Donahue winning his coach in Pac-10 history. UCLA for the 5th straight year beats USC. One more ding to the Rose Bowl. Washington beat Washington State to win the Apple Cup. John Wales a field goal with 1:02 left. If Oregon wins that game, they will be going bowling, but right now they trail Oregon State by 4. Texas able to handle TCU. They had to rally late. Texas plays Baylor and A&M still in the Southwest Conference. A&M, a 1AA opponent, score as you would expect. Miami beat West Virginia. Awful mistake. West Virginia 3rd and goal from the half-yard line. They run to the outside in 4-down territory. They're not going to a bowl. Syracuse most points since the championship year of 1959. The Palmetto State battle goes to Clemson. They close the year with 5 straight wins at 8-3. And Arkansas shut out by LSU 28-0. It makes LSU bowl eligible. Arkansas, they have Florida coming up in the championship game. Patrick Nix, couple of touchdown passes, including this 17-yarder to Andy Fuller. Part of the reason that they're happy in the Plains. Tigers lead by 10.
There is a magic within them, a legendary quality. They are men of miracles. Fly with them in this extraordinary new video, NBA Legacy, Living Legends to Rising Stars. You also get the officially licensed NBA team sweatshirt of your choice. Both the authentic sweatshirt and the video are free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated. NBA Legacy traces a line of superstars as greatness is passed from one generation to the next. You also get a great-looking heavyweight sweatshirt featuring the colorful logo of your favorite NBA team. No matter which team it is, it's free when you order 54 issues of SI for only $1.47 an issue. Save over 50% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Call now and get NBA Legacy plus the team sweatshirt of your choice, both free from Sports Illustrated. It's a sports experience like no other. Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
Football has a great history.
Been played for over 120.
That's a lot of... Let me finish, excuse me.
Been played for over 125 years.
And that's a lot of football games.
Over 400,000 games that were attended by almost 1.5 billion spectators.
I mean, no other sport combines the tradition and the pageantry, the pageantry, the pagura.
It's a big to-do.
Of college football.
And the excitement that football generates helps support other sports on campus.
No wonder college football is great.
Well done, Bart.
Thank you.
Back on your GMAC halftime report, the big game goes to Stanford by 5. They'll be 4th in the Pac-10. Could end up Aloha, Liberty, or Independence Bowl. Wisconsin eliminated from bowl contention. Iowa snaps a 4-game slide, keeping its bowl hopes alive. Same true with Illinois. Texas Tech's Byron Hanspard, star of the day, 5 touchdowns, 2 rushing, 3 receiving. Wake Forest, Rusty LaRue, school record 545 passing yards in this game, averaging over 500 his last 3 games. Rutgers beat Temple. The crowd was 37-33. Tulane ends the season with 6 straight losses. Navy and Army play in 2 weeks in Philadelphia. Marty Lowe throws for 4 touchdowns in Louisville's win as the Cardinals beat North Texas by 43. Toledo finishes the season unbeaten, 10-0-1. They'll play Nevada in the Las Vegas Bowl December 14th on ESPN. And Brigham Young loses to Utah, so what that means now, there are 5 teams with 2 losses atop the WAC. One of those teams, San Diego State, they play Hawaii tonight on ESPN2. Well, today, teams ranked 11, 12, 13, and 14 lost. So even if number 8 Notre Dame loses tonight, they may not fall out of the top 10. Let's get a preview of Notre Dame Air Force, Brad Nessler, and Gary Danielson.
All right, Mike, it's a big game, obviously, and everybody's talked about it. It's an $8 million game, and they don't have Gary Danielson at quarterback. Lou Holtz has got his backup quarterback in there, Thomas Krug, and the advice that Lou has given his quarterback all week, don't try to do too much. Play in the framework and let your teammates help you along.
Don't push the car up the hill if you can drive it up. Don't ever run if you can walk. Don't ever walk if you can stand. Don't ever stand if you can lie down. Let's do it the easy way. Let's let the team carry it.
I don't know if Monty Clark and Marty Schottenheimer ever said that to you. Is that good advice?
It does sound familiar, come to think of it. Yeah. Normally, I don't like that advice because the quarterback gets a little too conservative. But I think in this instance, it's probably good advice. It's a big game. I think Tom Krug has to just take the basics. Get the snap, get the play right, turn around, hand it off, and get out of the way. Kind of the strategy I use with you during the game.
And that's a strategy we're going to use with Tirico, too. And Mike, we're going to make you work a long time tonight.
I'll be here. I have no choice. We'll see you guys coming up after our game. In our game, Todrick Malone has touchdowns of 52 and 59 yards, keeping the Tide in it. They trail Auburn by 10.
Don't let a new truck payment stretch you to the limit. Call 1-800-32-SMART about Smart Lease by GMAC. It keeps new vehicles well within reach. Don't let a new car payment get you all wound up. Call 1-800-32-SMART about Smart Lease by GMAC. It can put a new spin on affordability.
Can France and Italy, Austria and England, Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands ever really agree on a single currency? Actually, they already have. Gold MasterCard. It's accepted at more cash machines around the world.
Excuse me, guys.
Than any other card. Gold MasterCard. It's more than a gold card. It's smart money.
If you're in high school and like to play sports for the NCAA Division I or II school, you must be certified by the NCAA Initial Eligibility Clearinghouse. Ask your coach or guidance counselor for one of these student release forms. Fill it out and send it to the clearinghouse. Remember, if you're not certified, you can't compete as a freshman in NCAA Division I or II school. For more information, call 319-337-1492.
The 112th meeting of Harvard-Yale, won by Harvard by 1. They get their first conference win of the season. The Ivy title goes to Princeton by virtue of their tie with Dartmouth. A field goal with 18 seconds left gives them the title outright because Cornell lost at Pennsylvania. Next Thursday, your Thanksgiving dessert starts here at 7:30 Eastern with the weekend kickoff show, getting you ready for the final big regular season weekend, and then a Thanksgiving night game from the Southwest Conference, the Baylor Bears in Austin to take on Texas. Second half of Auburn, Alabama, coming up.
The last thing this planet needs is another goofy gadget taking up valuable space. Yeah. Must be why Proform invented the Space Saver crosswalk. They don't call it Space Saver for nothing. Get it? Then get it.
Soon, you'll both be taking up less space. Space Saver by Proform.
Alabama is a special place with people and resources that are rapidly gaining the world's attention. I'm Roger Sayers, and I'm proud to have served as an educator in Alabama for over 30 years. At the University of Alabama, our vision is an Alabama that is a thriving contributor to the world business community, an Alabama that provides the best in educational opportunities for our children, and an Alabama where higher education makes all things possible.
(24-14) our score at halftime as we prepare to start for the third quarter. And Mike, the talk by everybody at halftime was they could not believe this many points had been scored between these two teams in the first half.
Well, I think they've been explosive, both sides, Todrick Malone, Stephen Davis, but I think the first half belongs to Patrick Nix. He really owned the first half, made a lot of big plays for this Auburn offense.
And for people who had any questions on whether he might have been beyond the line of scrimmage on the touch pass that he threw, in reinvestigating the tapes at halftime, he was not. In fact, he was still about 1.5 yards shy of it. This is Watts to kick it off as Auburn will have the football to begin the second half of play. Robert Baker. Well, I'll tell you, he came close to breaking it in the first half, and he takes it out to almost midfield. That's a 34-yard return. Mike, how about numbers in that first half?
We look at the first half, really, it belongs to Auburn and Patrick Nix, but I think the biggest thing you can find here, penalties. Look at Alabama, 7 penalties for 56 yards, 1 turnover, only 1 penalty for Auburn, and a missed field goal for Alabama. So missed opportunities and putting themselves in holes have hurt the Alabama team.
And you know, when that fumble occurred, that was a big run that Alabama had just made, and they turned it over. The pass incomplete, just a little bit short at the 49-yard line. That was Ralph Staten out covering on the play.
I was going to say, Ron, this is big for Alabama because you give good field position on the kickoff return. They do not have enough of an offense to keep overcoming points of Auburn. They're an offensive team that's going to probably score in the, if they can score in the high 20s, you're asking a lot of that offense.
Well, they went to one knee.
Now, this is going to be a loss of down, but there is a flag down here.
Mike, the Alabama coaches are complaining at halftime about Shannon Robique, the center, and that he is moving his head and then the ball.
Offside, defense, 5-yard penalty, stay down.
Mike, let's check down with you.
Yeah, Ron, it's a little bit of that plan stuff that we were talking about in the first quarter, that shotgun freeze. That time it was not out of the shotgun formation, but the Alabama coaches were very irate about it and made their grievance known to the officials. That time it cost them again.
Davis, boy, he gets whacked hard at the line of scrimmage. and it's going to be knocked back, and maybe a loss of 1.
But Ron, on that last play, Shannon Robeek did not move the ball.
No.
I mean, that was just a poor play by the defensive line of Alabama, jumping off sides, going on the inflection of the sound by Patrick Nix. I did not see any ball movement by Shannon Robeek on the last play.
Well, in shotgun formation, most teams use it this way, and some fans might not be aware of it, but actually the center is making the count so that the offensive lineman can hear a cadence count.
Well, he's the quarterback of the offensive line. He'll look over the defense, and he makes a call for the protection if it's a pass or the run blocking. And he moved it a little bit that time.
Blitz. Nix is going to be knocked down. It's going to be a loss of 4, and it's Ralph Staten who caught him at 4 times. They've been sacked now.
Ron, now that ball moved that time now. He moved it just a little bit on the thing. If you watch his hand now, he takes his head back. Now watch him scoot it up just a little bit there. Just a little bit, but there is some ball movement. Gene Stallings is going to stay on that side, Judge, until he gets that call, which he hasn't got it all night.
No, he hasn't.
He may not get it tonight.
Matt Hawkins, they're trying to come after him, and he gets a dandy kick away. Wow. Receiver runs away from it, and it hits right on the goal line. That is a 51-yard punt.
I think if you're Gene Stallings, you feel very good about the first half of Freddie Kitchens, but if you're Terry Bowden, you, of course, feel much better about Patrick Nix's first half. But now you got to let Freddie Kitchens go a little bit. You got to loosen him up a little bit. He's 6 for 14, 115 yards. Didn't make any mistakes through the touchdown pass to Todrick Malone, but look at the statistics of Nix. 14 of 23 for 204 yards. But it's time to turn Freddie Kitchens loose right now.
Quick snap count. Riddle gets the handoff, and he's going to be knocked down by Anthony Harris for a loss.
This is the best I've seen this Auburn defense play this season. They played with a lot of aggressiveness. They've rushed the passer. They're getting off blocks. Anthony Harris scrapes on. As you see, there's no one to block him in the one-back set because they ended up in a double team. They had a slant going with the defensive line, which left Anthony Harris out there with the ball carrier.
Don't forget, immediately following this game, we take you to Colorado Springs, Notre Dame, and Air Force in the wings. This is a design play, quarterback draw, and a flag came down from the umpire, and Alabama may be taking a walk back for offensive holding.
They just keep digging a hole deeper, and then you face the prospect of a turnover. Holding, offense. That's something that just is a lack of concentration. That's a 9th penalty for Alabama, and as a coaching staff, you want a team that's not going to turn the football over and not going to make mistakes with penalties.
So Marcel West, number 1, will come into the lineup. The junior out of Niceville, Florida, 5'11", 180.
This is all set up for Auburn right now for a turnover because you got the young quarterback backed up. 2nd and long. We'll see if Homer Smith decides to throw something safe or run a draw play.
Caught it. Curtis Brown breaking open over the middle, and that's a good job by Melton because, boy, if he doesn't grab a hold of him, Mike, he might have split the seams and been gone.
Little 3-step drop where you're going to throw the ball. Safe pass. Curtis Brown on the little slant. Gets him back now where they got a chance to pick up that 3rd down play.
I like that play. The thing that it is dangerous about it is if you tip the ball, you generally have a safety in the area who can come up and make the pick.
Well, what you try to do on that run is you try to attack the offensive line and attack the defensive line, get those hands down so that they can't tip it on the 3-step drop.
Malone. Oh, my goodness, did he take a hit? That was Charles Rose as the ball was thrown a little too high, and he was trying to come down with it with that great athletic ability. But look at the standing ovation for this Auburn defense. Waiting back at the 10. Baker at the 30. And and he stops, so let's take a break. 11:25 left to play in this third quarter. We'll be right back.
47-yard kick was Stockton. Sigler makes the stop.
You could take 49 cubic feet of junk mail, old tax returns, and all that other baggage. Launch it up a treacherous mountain road and bid it a fond farewell. The Saab 900. Find your own road. Saab.
Any sign of them yet?
Nope.
Execute. Let's move, move, move. Where are they?
Well, I'm sure they're on their way.
Don't worry, they'll make it. They're coming!
I see them! They're here!
Toy Story toys have arrived at Burger King with the stars from the magical Disney movie. Your kids can collect all 6 high-quality toys, one with every great-tasting $1.99 Kids Club meal, only at Burger King.
Yeah, I knew you guys would make it.
The $1.99 Kids Club meal at Burger King.
Oh, snowman!
Oh, now we can make our own. Oh, this is cool.
Ah, my own mutual fund.
Presenting the gift of shares, a mutual fund gift from Alliance Capital. For just $250, you can start anyone you love investing this holiday season. The gift of shares, another way Alliance Capital gives you mutual funds without the mystery.
Welcome back to Jordan-Hare Stadium. 24-14, Auburn leads with 11:25 left in this third quarter. And Mike, I know we got a lot of time left to play in the ball game, but this is a very big stop as far as the Alabama defense is concerned.
It's a big series because if they can score, Auburn can score, they may put it out of reach of this Alabama's offense because they just keep hurting themselves with penalties. They're not good enough to overcome penalties.
You see the blitz coming, the short drop, and they throw the pass incomplete. ESPN's presentation of CFA Primetime is brought to you by Saab, who invites you to find your own road, and by Burger King. Where can you get your burger's worth? Nix, by the way, has missed his last 5 pass attempts. Davis, nothing inside, bounces it outside. He'll pick up 1. Ozell Powell, number 78, holding on to him.
2-yard pickup, Davis. Your attention, please. All kids reporting out. All kids reporting out.
So a third down situation. Baker checks into the lineup. Willie Gaucher is back in the lineup. Is he, Mike? You're just pointing down at the board.
Back in the lineup. He's the third down guy. He'd like to go to him in third down situations. Let's see if they try to look up number 2.
See if he can also get the splint on his hand. You see the fingers taped together. And he came up and played bump with him at the line of scrimmage. And Nick's going to have to try to scramble out of harm's way, and he can't.
Well, you made a good point there, Ron, because what happens at halftime? You got 15 minutes to make some adjustments, and there are some early adjustments by Bill Oliver to jump up in the face of the receivers and challenge them right off. And there was no place for Patrick Nix to go with this football. Good 4-man rush. They jumped the receivers on the outside, get him moving up into the pocket. Rouse stayed with the tackle. That was a big defensive series for Bill Oliver and Alabama's defense.
Well, Deshae Townsend, who was back at its single safety, is the man who played bump and run with him. And now he runs by, and look at this. It's going to cost him 15 yards right here, but obviously the youngster lost it in the lights or something.
ESPN is your home for college football this Thanksgiving. Start off your holiday weekend at 7:30 with the weekend kickoff show presented by Russell Athletic. Then at 8 o'clock, the Bader Bears look to put the squeeze on the Texas Longhorns.
This Alabama offense misses Jay Barker. He was 35-2-1 in his career. He pulled a lot of things. He pulled a lot of rabbits out of his hat. Freddie Kitchens has the job to do now.
Well, they toss it back to Riddle on the sweep. Looks for a spot to run. And Spikes, one of the 2 linebackers, Harris and Spikes, both have had outstanding games tonight. And he's there to put the into that run after a short game.
Anthony Harris, the other linebacker, said about Takeo Spikes, he said he beat Jason Miska out because not only is he great talent, but he said he wants to do more. He asked the veterans to work with him on the field, and he's always watching extra tape. He's made himself a pretty good player.
Not real big is Spikes at 6'1", 213, but he has come on quickly. Pass caught. That's West, Marcel West, being dragged down by Del McGee, and he's beyond the first-yard stripe, and a first down for the Crimson Tide.
That's what Freddie Kitchens can do with the football, because he's got that strong arm, and he's able to throw the ball outside, probably better than Patrick Nix. Patrick Nix is a little bit better down the middle and in the short passing game, but if you watch Freddie Kitchen, he's got a pretty good gun trying to get the ball to Marcel West against Del McGee. You see how fast that ball was out there.
Steps it up and drills the pass. Did he catch it? Nope, he trapped it. Condrick Malone is who he wanted at the 44. Hard to believe when you look at Freddie now. He's 6'2", 230 pounds. That the story that I told back in the first half that Patrick Nix said he was on the junior varsity and they wanted to move him up to the varsity in the 9th grade. And they had to call Freddie Kitchen's mom and ask for permission to move him up there. That she was afraid that, well, she didn't want him getting hurt that early. And now he's 6'2", 230.
I was going to say, he's towering over those linemen now.
Drills this one, has it complete. It's Chad Key. Speaking of quarterbacks, he came to Alabama as a quarterback.
Ron, if Alabama would just be patient, the ball is, the routes are there on the outside, and Homer Smith knows how to call this game and be patient with a Freddie Kitchens. But you're going to watch a strong throws outside. Chad Key makes the catch right in front of Woody McCorvey, the assistant head coach, for the first down. But the outside passing game is there because of what Auburn's doing to stop Dennis Riddle in the running game.
Pressure up front. Gets it away. Marcel West, he gambled and lost, and he picks up an extra 10, now 15 yards by missing that tackle up at the 40-yard line.
Ron, it's one-on-one on the outside. I mean, there's no help against Marcel West on the outside. Number 22, Tyrese Williams, makes some mistakes, as you mentioned, and then the extra yardage that Marcel West makes on the catch. But first down is the down that you've got it on the outside. Now, once you start throwing the ball like this, that's going to open Dennis Riddle up a little bit because they can't afford to put 8 people in the box.
Auburn shows blitz, and here they come, and they have the running play right by Riddle inside the 20 as Spikes finally trips him up.
Now Alabama's got Auburn a little bit back on their heels with the play calling. Once you start hitting those outs, now you come back with a great call by Alabama. Get the ball to Dennis Riddle on the draw. Good gain. Takeo Spikes, number 55, the only linebacker around to try to make the play. Short yardage situation here for Freddie Kitchens.
Second down and 2. Riddle, blockers in front, cuts it inside the 15, and he has an Alabama first down.
Boy, it's amazing when you start throwing the ball on the outside. Now you start opening it up for Dennis Riddle. But what really makes this play work is Patrick Haight, number 38. Dennis Riddle averaging 5.6 yards a carry, but just now starting to get in the flow of the ball game.
Riddle is a much wiser ball carrier than when we saw him earlier in the year.
Oh, he's improved, Ron, because the more carries he's had, the better he's come. He's got rhythm now.
And his vision seems to be greatly improved. They go with Sism, the fullback. He has maybe one as he takes it to the 10-yard line as Charles Dorsey is right there to wrap him up.
Now, Alabama's had a problem in the red zone. They worked hard on it Thursday in practice once they get inside the 20-yard line. But here's what Gene Stallings is thinking right now. I got a kicker that's missed 6 straight kicks, or he's missed 6 field goals. So I'm maybe going to think, well, I've got to get the ball in the end zone here. I can't worry about field goals or anything else right now. I've got to be able to call a play that can get Freddie Kitchens, get that ball in the end zone.
Marcel West and Curtis Brown, both in the ball game. Riddle bounces it outside. He's at the 5, and he'll take it to the 3. Martavius Houston saves the touchdown for Auburn.
Good block by Patrick Haight again. He's an outstanding fullback. He's 6'5", 252 pounds, number 38. He's going to make a nice block and turn block for Dennis Riddle. If I was Gene Stallings right now, I'm thinking 2 downs here to score around. I'm not even considering a field goal. I've got few plays to get this ball in the end zone against this Auburn defense, and I'm going to take both of them. Not going to think about a field goal.
1 of 8 on third down conversion.
I think this is 2 down situation here. If we throw that stat out, 2 downs.
Blitz is on, had to just throw it away. 55 Spikes. Takeo Spikes.
They're going to bring on Michael Proctor. That play just never started because Takeo Spikes came through and never gave Freddie Kitchens a chance to throw that football.
It also looked as though Sisson was a little indecisive, and Kitchens ran into him, bumped into him a little bit.
Something wrong on that play.
Yeah.
Again, I think he cuts off because the angle he takes from the snap.
20-yard attempt. They'll put it down at the 10. He got it. So let's take a break. 5:55 left in the third. It is again a 7-point ball game.
John, oh, he's off on business. Oh, that's nice. Hey, the guy deserves a rest. A week on the road, seeing the sights, dining out.
Ever notice how business trips are more fun for those not taking them?
I say, let him enjoy himself. It'll be fun. Absolutely.
Courtyard is the hotel designed by business travelers. Nobody's better equipped to help you relax and retool.
Oh, Mr. Bowen, your wife called.
Thanks. For all that fun you're supposed to be having.
Courtyard by Marriott.
What brand of rotary tool does World Do-It-Yourself champ Larry Snyder endorse? Ryobi. Larry needs all this power. Larry loves all these bits. In Larry's shop, there will be no limits. Why does World Do-It-Yourself champ Larry Snyder carve with Ryobi? To carve like Michelangelo on 100 cups of coffee. He works fast. He plays hard. What Larry sees, Larry carves.
In shopping for a luxury performance sedan, Jay Kerness tested the Oldsmobile LSS against the fastest, most nimble machine on earth, Juma, the Cheetah. The LSS's sport suspension and traction control attacked the course, as did the Cheetah. But while he considered the LSS's precise handling quite impressive, there was one thing he failed to consider. Cheetahs are very sore losers. Will the LSS pass your test?
Nice, kitty. Go away.
It's a Thanksgiving football parade on ESPN as the explosive Texas Longhorns host the stingy Baylor Bears. Thursday at 8, only on ESPN.
Alabama back to within 7. Do they love their football down here? Those are the walkways off the wings of the stadium. And on all 4 corners, there are hundreds of people who are standing up there to try to get any kind of vantage point to watch this ball game. And let's check in once again with Mike down on the sideline. Mike?
Ron and Mike, who says they don't like kickers? Mike Proctor, after he broke his 0-for-6 streak, was mobbed by his teammates. They know what kind of slump he was going through. They know how bad he felt. More importantly, however, a huge psychological advantage for Mike when you consider late in the game, if they need a winning kick, he now knows he can make one.
Well, I think, Ron, what became important on that, the 3rd down play when Takeo Spikes was able to get through on Freddie Kitchens, that forced them into the 4th down situation and the field goal because they didn't get anything on 3rd down.
Mike, that shot right there was from the wing over on the side of the stadium where we are.
I think that's Freddie Kitchens' hometown, right?
That is not a good seat up there. Flat has come down, as you can see, and a pass thrown short. He was looking for Goodson. Alabama applauding.
On the offense. Movement in the backfield.
Auburn to be penalized 5 yards of legal motion.
And the penalty's been
Alabama
declined.
declines the penalty.
It's only the 3rd penalty against Auburn in tonight's ballgame.
That's when you have respect for a quarterback, because you want to take the down away from him rather than give 5 yards up. They've got respect for what Patrick Nix has done tonight, so they want to take that down away from him.
Davis breaks one tackle, tries to run over the safety as Kevin Jackson came up, but he nailed him. And we've got him unofficially for 8 tackles in tonight's ball game. Jackson.
He might as well be a linebacker in tonight's game because he's sitting about 5 yards deep, just waiting for Stephen Davis to get that football. Again, the substitutions by Alabama. We'll see if that pays off as this game goes on.
So the chess match is really going on here. We've got a 7-point ball game. Clock is running, about to go under 5 minutes in the third quarter. And a huge third down for Auburn.
Ron, they've hit the shovel jaw early in the game in the same type of situation. Let's see if they go back to something like that.
Blitz right up the middle. And they throw the screen, and it's a right call. And what a play as he caught him from behind Rudd. If he doesn't make the tackle, we're calling maybe a touchdown, Mike Doctor.
I think you're right, but Dwayne Rudd, number 87, is a linebacker that's man on Harold Morrow. He's got him man-to-man, so he's the player that has to make that play on the screen. Number 87, you're going to see him here. Harold Morrow, number 12. The blitz is on. 87, Wayne Rudd, man-to-man, came through underneath the blocks, made the tackle.
I'm telling you, when they go back and look at that one, it's what if. Another good kick by Hawkins. Deshae Townsend from the 31. Oh, my goodness. He was being held by one player and then got waxed. We'll take a break. 24-17.
It's their turf. It's their world. It's their game. And when we don't play by their rules, the results can be deadly. From the creator of the award-winning television series Wild America comes a home video unlike anything you've ever seen. These are nature's dangerous encounters, captured in one of the most astonishing wildlife films ever made, and available now for the first time as a special 1-hour home video. Call this toll-free number now to get Dangerous Encounters for just $19.95. It is not available in stores. Order now, and you'll also receive Watching Wildlife absolutely free. That's right. Both of these extraordinary programs are yours for just $19.95. Call now.
For rush delivery, get your credit card ready and call 1-800-618-6565. That's 1-800-618-6565. Or send your check or money order to the address on your screen. Call now.
Want inside? I mean, like, be there. In the paint, kissing it off the glass. In the red zone. In the slot, cranking a slap shot. Flat out on a straightaway. It's all about coverage. Like NHL hockey 3 nights a week. 175 NCAA basketball games. A great college football lineup. And the most complete NASCAR and IndyCar coverage on television. Want to feel it? To get the contact your cable or satellite provider.
So Alabama with the football back. It is 24-17, and we've just been given a report that Tony Johnson, who injured himself back in the first half of play, is in civilian clothes on the Alabama sideline. He hurt his shoulder on that catch. The ball is tipped, and it will go incomplete. Charles Dorsey is the man who got a hand on it.
Rob, we talked about at halftime, you got 15 minutes to make the most of the halftime. Gene Stallings and his defensive coaches have made some adjustments that have kept Patrick Nix to be 1 of 3 in the second half for 3 yards. So they have changed some things in coverage-wise. They're giving Patrick Nix a little bit of a problem.
The first down, plus a lot more, and Pickens will take it to the 40-yard line of Auburn. Scott Stacy finally stopped him, but it's a gain of 24.
Well, Freddie Kitchens made a real wise choice on this. He went trying to go deep down the corner to Curtis Brown, but just didn't find him, didn't feel like he was there. See the late alignment by Anthony Harris of Auburn. Pumps the ball, now gets good protection. Now look at the linebackers, they're out of there. They got a real deep drop. Freddie Kitchens is able to get down the field, put Alabama in business at the 40-yard line.
Here they come with the blitz, and the running play will be knocked down for a loss. It is Scott Stacy, and let's check in with Mike Adamle again.
Well, one of the reasons Freddie Kitchen was successful on that last play, the absence, and we talked a little bit about it at the top of the show, Ron, of Jimmy Brumbaugh. He's playing about every 4th series now.
He strained the medial collateral ligament in his left knee. He's wearing a heavy brace. His mobility is cut down somewhat, and he hasn't been able to mount much of a push either. Charles Dorsey has done well. At that time, he was beaten bad.
Brumbaugh was re-injured on Tuesday in practice. Patrick Maloney had him opened, and he overthrew him.
Look at Freddie Kitchens tonight. You just wonder how many plays he's checking off tonight because the noise and being a young sophomore in this ball game. I think that probably what Homer Smith's doing is making his play calls and then living with the calls, because in that first down play, he ran a draw right into a blitz, which he'd like to get out of that, but I don't think he's given Freddie Kitchens much of an opportunity to get out of much tonight. Didn't want to put that burden on the young quarterback.
Alabama 1 of 9 on third down conversion. Pressured, he's going to run it again. And Kitchens will have the first down. Inside the 30, Charles Rose and Terry Solomon finally stopped him. But Kitchens with 2 huge runs, and they convert a third down situation.
He looks like a bowling ball coming out of that position. He's a 6'2", a stocky 230 pounds. He looks like a fullback now as he comes down the football field.
See him change arms. He knew he was going to get hit. Changed hands with the football.
Auburn, you see in the second half with just the 5 yards. Alabama's owned the third quarter.
Going to go on top, but he's got a man wide open. Marcel West, incomplete, and he got turned completely around as Williams was beaten on the play.
That's one you'd like to have back, because from the start of this play, Charles Rose, number 31, a defensive back's going to blitz. You're going to see him to the right of your screen. It was picked up beautifully. Freddie Kitchens has one-on-one on the outside. Marcel West wide open behind Tyrese Williams, but just didn't throw the ball in the right spot. Made Marcel West twist around. He lost sight of the ball.
Mike, that ball was thrown so high, you know that West had to be saying, get here, I'm open. Second down, in the flat, he's got Malone, and is tackled at the 10-yard line, and it's a first down, Alabama. Dan Evans finally knocked him down.
When you look back on this game, Ron, you're going to look at the biggest mismatch in this football game that I see is the wide receivers for Alabama against the corners of Auburn. Dan Evans, number 9 in coverage, but you can see how wide open Todrick Malone is. He just keeps adding to his game-breaker statistics. 153 yards. 6 times he's touched the ball. 153 yards.
Marcel West in motion, but they pitch it to Riddle. Back into the boundary. Shuffles his way down to the 5-yard line. Now keep in mind, Alabama can pick up a first down without scoring. DeMario with a good block on the play. Ed Sissom out front blocking.
The other key blocker in this set is number 38, Patrick Hayden. He has been the key for Dennis Riddle when he's run the football.
Second down, the ball 5.5 yards away from pay dirt. Riddle turns ahead north, and he's going to take it around the 1-yard line. Anthony Harris came up to make the collision with it.
What I like about Alabama's play calling tonight is when they have success with a play, they come right back. They repeat it. A lot of times you make a play call and then you save it for later on in the game. This is 2 straight plays where they pitch the ball to Dennis Riddle. Tackles made by Anthony Harris, but 2 successful plays. I wouldn't be surprised to come right back with it again, although close enough now where you might want to use the body of Freddie Kitchens, the 230 pounds, with the sneak.
I think Alabama's close to that first down, and they got a very generous spot on the play as well. Quarterback sneaks it in for the touchdown. And Alabama now within 1 point of tying this one up. You could see Tony Johnson out on the field congratulating his teammates with his arm in a sling and in a coat and tie, injuring that shoulder back in the first half. Proctor tries to make it 24-24. We're tied.
the hoopla that surrounds a rivalry like this, and it's easy to forget the enormous pressure that the players are under. As a coach, you try to insulate them as much as possible, but it's still there. In all probability, in this tight game, there'll be a hero, a singular one, maybe a goat, a critical error at the wrong time, a lapse in concentration, and some young man will carry the stigma of being a player who lost the game. The Auburn-Alabama rivalry is a great passion play, but it wouldn't be possible without the courageous young athletes on the field tonight, and we have seen a lot of them.
Ron, the thing that comes to mind right now is Robert Baker, number 18, who's going to return this kick. If he gets a chance, the kickoff returns for both teams have kind of set the stage for field position. Really, both teams have had success return the kick, so Alabama might want to think about keeping it away from Robert Baker.
Baker, a wide receiver here at Auburn, but he was a tailback in high school, a freshman out of Gainesville. And he has demonstrated his prowess already tonight. And let's see if Mike Godfrey's right, if they keep it away from him or if they indeed kick it to him. Well, it's not going to matter. It's going to be about 5, 6, 7 yards deep in the end zone.
That's the best kick. Now, when you look back at this rivalry, the last 3 years, the team that has owned the line of scrimmage and run the football has won. Alabama so far tonight, way out in front in the running game of 199 yards. Tonight, 159 yards, so way out in front. Now, we've got a correction, 148 yards, maybe.
.62 seconds left in this third quarter as we are now tied. Quick pass. Caught on the near sideline by Baker. ESPN is your home for college football again next Saturday at 3:30. Penn State goes against Michigan State. At 7:30, Syracuse takes on Big East rival Miami. But start your day off with a college game day at 11 a.m. and all the highlights of the scoreboard show at 7 at 10:30. Closing moments of this third quarter. Nix's pass, incomplete at the 32-yard line, and Willie Gaucher is the man that he wanted.
Wayne Rudd on the blitz, causing Patrick Nix to throw a little bit sooner than he'd like to. This is a big third down play for Auburn to keep these sticks moving and keep your defense off the field, because Alabama's had their way in the third quarter with their defense.
They really have. It was a 10-point ball game at halftime, and now we're tied at 24. Dayton on the blitz. The pass thrown complete, and that's Eric Lowe. And it appears that, yes, he has the first down, as Nix got belted after he threw the pass by Staten.
Yeah, Ralph Staten was on a blitz. Gamble, Patrick Nix picked it up, was able to get the ball to Eric Lowe for the first down.
Reminding you that as soon as this one is over, we'll be headed to Colorado Springs and the meeting between Notre Dame and Air Force. Blitz coming again, right over the middle. The pass incomplete. But boy, just as Gaucher looked back, he got hammered at the 40-yard line. Mike Adamle, let's go back to you.
Well, we said that Willie Gaucher had dislocated his right little finger. You can see that it's heavily taped. It wasn't broken. That's why he's back in the game. They just put it back into place, had it taped, and that may have been a factor in him dropping that pass there.
Looked like it was a factor, Mike. Also, that I don't think Patrick Nix put enough on that ball. He lobbed it in there on an inside throw.
Second down, and with the pressure, he just throws this one away.
Now, Ron, they should get an ineligible receiver downfield here. Now, that's number 60. There, finally the flag went down.
Well, there's a flag back also with Nix, as he got hit by Chris Hood.
See, I think that was a quarterback draw all the way, and Victor Riley was downfield, and then Patrick Nix decided to throw it a little later, which you can't do on the quarterback draw.
If he calls grounding, that's a horrible call, and that's what he's calling. If you look at the replay, Willie Gaucher is in the area. That's not a good call.
I don't like that call, but it's an ineligible receiver downfield. Victor Riley was the receiver. And again, I think that was a draw play. I think the withdrawal was called. Patrick Nix just has to get back to the line of scrimmage the best he can.
See, there's Gaucher right there.
Yeah, under pressure. Chris Hood, number 34, with the pressure.
So the grounding is called. That's a loss of down. And the ball all the way back at the 17-yard line. Final minute of this third quarter. Wanted Gaucher. Didn't come up with it. And Alabama stands to get very good field position on this exchange.
Well, this was a good series for Alabama's defense. Now Auburn is starting to make the mistakes a little bit. We said at the beginning, Alabama substitutes a lot of players on defense, so they're fresh in the later part of the ball game, and maybe that'll be a factor in their behalf.
Let's see if Alabama comes after him this time. They got 10 men at the line of scrimmage. Yep, they got the return on. High coverage kick, and Deshae Townsend calls for the fair catch and makes it at the 42-yard line.
Lou Holtz and Notre Dame need a win to stay in major bowl contention. But to get it, they have to go through the fighting force of Air Force. That game is right after this one. Notre Dame and Air Force next.
Thinking that ball game tonight, Ron, because Notre Dame had 2 weeks. They played against Army and Navy. I think they really will have a better plan against the Wishbone tonight, and they have the big advantage in that football game, I think.
Riddle, boy, he almost dropped that football as Kitchens had to go a long way to make the handoff, and that should be the final play of the third quarter. Down to 3, down to 2, so that is the end of the third quarter with our score. Alabama 24 and Auburn 24.
State Farm presents the rules of the game.
Let's talk about face mask penalties. In this play, the tackler twists and turns the face mask. What is the penalty?
You worry, you're overprotective, you're a parent. Isn't it nice to know that there's something almost effortless you can do to protect your family even more? Just ask your State Farm agent for a free family insurance checkup. It's a smart way for you to decide if your family's insurance coverage is up to date, so they'll be better protected. And maybe you'll worry a little less.
We're talking about face mask penalties. In this play, the tackler twisted and turned the face mask. This is a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
Rules of the Game has been brought to you by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
In searching for a luxury performance sedan, Michael Young tested the Oldsmobile LSS against 3 of the fastest Japan has to offer: the Infiniti J30, Lexus ES300, and teppanyaki chef Yasu Norimoto. And while his 240 horsepower LSS was no match for Yasu's speed, not only did Mr. Young fare much better against the imports, he had them for lunch. Will the LSS pass your test?
The future just keeps coming at you. I think about kids today, those video games they play. Every year, a new generation, more advanced. Well, this is the next generation of power. Renewal from Rayovac. They're alkaline, like regular batteries, but more advanced. You can renew them, reuse them, instead of just throwing them out. They don't just come back, they come back strong. Play it smart. Rayovac Renewal.
Any sign of them yet?
Nope.
Execute. Let's move, move, move. Where are they?
Well, I'm sure they're on their way.
Don't worry, they'll make it.
They're coming! I see them! They're here!
Toy Story toys have arrived at Burger King with the stars from the magical Disney movie. Your kids can collect all 6 high-quality toys, one with every great-tasting $1.99 Kids Club meal, only at Burger King.
Yeah, I knew you guys would make it.
The $1.99 Kids Club meal at Burger King.
Well, you see the numbers, and what a flip-flop between quarters 2 and 3, Mike.
And Ron, when you look at this play right here, Freddie Kitchens has been able to throw the ball to the outside. Let's see if he comes back with an out route.
Got it complete. That's Hape inside the 40-yard line. Patrick Hape, the tight end. And Williams is the guy who came over to make the tackle on him.
Patrick Hape's going to come out of the backfield and just curl right in this area right here. Number 38, they've thrown the ball outside. Now he's working against the linebacker inside, Anthony Harris, for the catch. Freddie Kitchens. We talked about the first half being Patrick Nix. Second half's been Freddie Kitchens.
No question. Now, he has really shown great poise in this third quarter. Short drop this time. Got to complete to Brown. And he gets hammered down around the 30. But what a metamorphosis between second quarter and third for Alabama. I mean, they're not only picking up yards, it's huge chunks.
Well, they're taking the ball outside on first down, except for the last play they threw the curl inside. Now, you figure they're going to come back with Riddle. Here's Curtis Brown on the outside, just reading the deep coverage by number 28, Larry Melton. And I figure now maybe you come back with Riddle, although they did pick up the first down. Keep the ball outside.
22 yards for Auburn in the second half. 183 for the Tide. Blitz comes from the outside, and that's where they send the running back Riddle. Inside the 20-yard line, and it's another 10-yard plus gain by Alabama on first down.
Well, it's a good tackle by Anthony Harris, so that was a touchdown right there. But Dennis Riddle hit him with the draw on first down because now they're starting to play a little more pass defense. Get the ball to Dennis Riddle on the draw, but watch the tackle of Anthony Harris, because if he doesn't make this tackle, I believe it's 6 points. Todrick Malone with a real tight split here.
Here comes the blitz. They fake the reverse. Riddle midair, and he gets planted at the 15-yard line. That's Martavius Houston who hit him. He was already airborne, so he just sitting back. He said, wrong zip code.
When they tightened the split of Todrick Malone, they brought him around on the reverse. Dennis Riddle just keeps the football. Patrick Hape, number 38. Boy, he's been big in this second half, Ron. Patrick Hape's played fullback and tight end in the second half, and he has been a strong blocker and made one pass catch.
Riddle now 9 yards away from the century mark tonight. 18 carries, 91. Incomplete. That's key that he wanted. Freddie almost threw that thing sidearm.
He threw that one poorly because you're right, it was a sidearm throw all the way. He never got set, threw the ball from his hip, and that's why it took off. Woody McCorvey's the coach with the headset, assistant head coach, getting a call from Homer Smith in the press box and sending it on the field.
That's 85, Curtis Brown, who is bringing the play in. It is third down, Alabama. The line to make is the 7. Riddle with the running play, and he's got to be thrown for loss of yards. John Miska.
Well, they read that play. It was again, that's what I was talking about earlier. I don't think they're letting Freddie Kitchens check out of bad calls unless Freddie's just saying, I made the mistake, because he saw early the linebackers gave the blitz away, and that's just a bad play to have against that defense.
Well, the ball is going to be placed down at the 26-yard line. It's a 36-yard attempt right in the middle of the field. And he nailed it. We'll take a break. Alabama goes on top.
This preseason, the Broncos and 49ers showcased their talents in Tokyo.
Love is a many splendored thing.
At a karaoke club.
Stand by your man. Blame it on the bossa nova. The dance of love.
Well, the league isn't talking. Rumor has it this overwhelmingly offensive performance took place at Zone West.
Was it the moon?
Where the players brought no style,
Stars above.
no rhythm, and absolutely no talent.
The way you fill my dreams.
But luckily, they did bring their Visa card.
Anybody here from Cleveland?
Because at Zone West, they can accept just about anything.
Whoa,
anything except American Express.
Everybody sing. It's the April rose.
Visa,
that
it's
only
everywhere you
grows
want
in
to
the
be.
early spring.
Right here, right now, this is where you want to be. Everything's new at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Even new ways to save. The 96 Buyer's Choice Drive-Away. It's your choice. Our biggest cashback ever on 96 models. Or our lowest APR. Even our lowest lease rates on all 96 cars and minivans. Right here, right now, this is where you want to be. For a limited time, only at your local Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Well, so much for streaks. He's got his own streak going now after missing 6 in a row. He now has 2 in a row. And his ball club is up by 3. William Watts will kick it off, number 15. Baker from the 3. Baker almost to the 40-yard line. I'll tell you, he is awfully, awfully good. 1985, and the fiercest rivalry in football came down to the last play. Bama's Van Tippen broke Auburn's collective heart. 52 yards, no time left. Tide rolled to win that one.
Ron, both teams' kickoff coverage have been lousy tonight. Good field position by both teams with the kickoff return.
Davis, this is only the 4th time that he's touched the ball in the second half, and he's going to go for no gain.
We talked about the substitutions by Alabama on defense. Will it pay off in the second half? It has against Stephen Davis. First half, he had 54 yards. He's been held to 5 yards here in the second half.
Second and 10. Nix's ball incomplete from behind Goodson. ESPN's presentation of CFA Primetime is brought to you by Russell Athletic. For really tough athletic wear that can survive anything, get Russell Athletic. Get tough. And by Chrysler Plymouth and your local Chrysler Plymouth dealers.
When you get in this situation, Ron, now 3rd down, you got to bring Stephen Davis out of the ball game, so he's got to come off to the side because, again, we talked about he's not a great pass receiver. So now you get him on the sidelines and they're back to the 4-receiver set.
Now Morrow will not line up in the backfield. They've got him split about 20 yards out to the left. Looking deep, and it got him man open. Baker at the 35, but he's down to the 26-yard line.
Nice touch by Patrick Nix. Just threw it right over the linebacker, Ralph Staten, to Robert Baker. And Robert Baker's having some kind of game tonight.
Baker is only a freshman.
Works in and works up the field against Ralph Staten. Ralph Staten got froze a little bit in coverage. Tackled by Cedric Samuel. Auburn in business.
Auburn back in the I formation. Alabama comes in tight defensively. Now Nix possibly with an audible. Davis. 4 yards. He'll take it to the 22. John Walters, the middle linebacker, comes up to make the hit. John yesterday was saying the thing that bothers him most is he doesn't know if this is his last football game or not because Alabama has appealed the NCAA penalty against them, which either could allow them to go to a bowl game or stand pat as they are, and not allow it. Breaks it big, it's Beasley. At the 5, touchdown Auburn. Knocks it home.
10:18 left in the ball game. Auburn by 4.
Hey, this feels nice.
Who's pulling on my shirt?
It's me, Johnson, fool. Is this Russell Athletic?
Sure, feel like cover stitching.
Must be that new blend fabric.
Yeah, it's tough, strong.
No little fuzzballs. By the way, anybody got the ball?
I think I got it.
That's not the ball.
Oh, sorry.
Looking for really tough athletic wear? Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Can McDonald's Chicken McNuggets make you feel like a kid again? Can they bring you closer together? Can they give you a thrill? Can they be just the break you've been waiting for? Of course they can. Can they make you see double? As a matter of fact, yes. With McDonald's 2 for $2. 2 tempting 6-piece Chicken McNuggets or 2 McChicken sandwiches for just $2. So, can they give 2 empty, unfulfilled hands something very entertaining to do? Absolutely.
Have you had your break today?
Right here, right now, this is where you want to be.
Everything's new at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Even new ways to save. The 96 Buyer's Choice Drive Away. It's your choice. Lease the luxurious 96 Chrysler Concorde for just $269 a month. Or get our lowest APR. Or our biggest cash back.
Right here, right now, this is where you want to be.
For a limited time, only at your local Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
It's a Thanksgiving football parade on ESPN as the Pittsburgh Panthers try to pounce on the Mountaineers in West Virginia. Friday at 4, only on ESPN.
31-27. So Alabama came fighting back in that third quarter. And all of a sudden, a spark, and the spark was the big kick return by Baker. This is Marcel West at the 5. And they have a reverse to Todrick Malone. Gets 1 block, 2 blocks, and Malone will have to go out of bounds. And now here comes a late flag.
Disregard the flag. The block was legal. Disregard the flag.
Mike Adamley, let's check in with you.
You know, I've never witnessed a runaway freight train hit a lonely car at an intersection of a railroad crossing, but I think I just saw one down there. Evans, number 9 for Auburn. Danny Evans, a true freshman, just said, was welcome to the SEC. He was literally trucked that time. Did you get the number? I got the number, 54. I didn't know who it is. Wow.
At the 21-yard line. Kitchens under pressure. Cannot step up. He's going to be sacked by Andre Miller. 5 sacks in the ball game now for Auburn. And let's check with Mike Tirico. Mike?
Ron, we just want to remind everyone the cadets are getting ready, and so are we. Kickoff of Notre Dame Air Force is in 12 minutes, and we'll keep you updated and get you there right after we're done at Auburn.
That's a great sight up there. We've been to Colorado Springs a few times to do a ball game, but it makes you kind of happy about where your tax money goes out there. Really an outstanding group of young men and women. Draws it down, pressure is on, and he will go out of bounds just shy of the 20-yard line. Charles Dorsey faced him out of bounds.
Good pressure again by Auburn's front 4. They're collapsing the pocket, and Freddie Kitchens is not wanting to make a mistake. He's not just going to put the ball up for grabs. Charles Dorsey, number 91, with pressure. Scott Stacy, number 54, also putting pressure on Freddie Kitchens.
Rushing, 24 yards, passing, 228. Got a touchdown with both. Third down, Crimson Tide. Pass is incomplete. He threw it behind Curtis Brown. Oh, my, he had him open.
Threw a little bit too soon, Ron. Put it on the mark, but Curtis Brown didn't get turned around in time.
Now, this Auburn crowd, which had taken a siesta in the third quarter because it was Alabama who grabbed
the momentum away. Now they're right back in it.
And the other thing about it is you're facing Robert Baker again, the punt returner, who's had an excellent special teams game.
I'm not so sure I wouldn't kick it out of bounds. Well, he let it get by him. And so Alabama's going to pick up an extra 7 yards on this one. ESPN2 has all the college football action next Saturday. Wyoming rides into Texas to take on WAC opponent UTEP. See all the high-flying action starting at 6 p.m. Things that you can really see as the defense came off for Auburn a moment ago, and watching the Alabama players, these youngsters mentally and physically are close to being spent because besides this ball game, there is so much tension for this one particularly.
And they played well today. This has been a well-played football game.
Fumble the ball. Alabama recovered. Nope. The ball came loose, and you can see Nick saying Auburn got it back. Mike, that's like returning from the dead. They had the football. I think it was Rudd, wasn't it? 87.
Oh, wow. They should have recovered that football. What a hit. First of all, on Stephen Davis. The pitch to Stephen Davis. Never really had the ball. Number 87, Dwayne Rudd, just didn't cover the football. Willie Anderson might have got it back.
Good heavens. But it was there for the taking. I mean, the offensive unit was even headed out on the field, and all of a sudden, Auburn came away with it. Nick's running for his life. Tried to throw it away. Was it intercepted? No. Couldn't hold on to it, and it's Blackburn. Darrell Blackburn, number 44, who was just all over.
There's two plays you wouldn't want in your highlight film. The fumble of Stephen Davis fumbling the football. Then this play, Alabama had this dissected from the start. Darrell Blackburn, number 44, didn't bite on the fake by Patrick Nix and really put pressure on him.
So now it's third down, and the line to make is out at the 45-yard line. Eight minutes and 12 seconds left to play in the ball game. Nick's going to go on top. Wants Baker. And it is knocked away, and it's a good job by Cedric Samuel playing center field to come over and help knock it away.
Yeah, really double coverage. Deshae Townsend, number 2, gets help on the inside from Cedric Samuel. Deshae Townsend was probably playing Robert Baker on the outside. See the break? Now he's going to work right back in. He knows he's got help, number 13, Cedric Samuel, so they've got a double team on Robert Baker. That was not 3 good plays by Auburn.
No, it really wasn't. It really wasn't.
They are very fortunate that that fumble didn't come back to hurt them.
Hawkins kick. Made the catch at the 25-yard line. Let's take a break. 7:54 left in the ball game. Auburn by 4.
At Aramark, we know great things happen when people work together. When you're part of something bigger. When you take pride in how you look. When you know you're a team. At Aramark, we know great things happen when you put on a uniform. Aramark Uniform Services, America's largest uniform company.
When is a stamp not just a stamp?
When it's a real hero, like me.
Save a page of new comic strip classic stamps.
A fine likeness.
At your post office, or call for a catalog. When is a stamp not just a stamp?
When it's the one you've been waiting for.
The Maryland stamp, now at your post office. Or call for a catalog.
Enter the ESPN
Football Fanatics Sweepstakes, sponsored by Visa, to win a trip for two to Super Bowl 30 or one of hundreds of other prizes.
God, I love football.
Watch this week's ESPN Sunday night NFL game between Houston and Kansas City.
Wow, look at that.
Call the 800 number displayed during the third quarter and answer a question about the game, or enter on ESPN Net Sports Zone.
I'm telling you, it's a wonderful thing.
The ESPN Football Fanatics Sweepstakes, sponsored by Visa, the official card of the NFL.
Well, here's the situation. Just about the midway point of this fourth quarter. 31-27, Auburn on top. Alabama came back and just grabbed the momentum away in the third quarter, scoring 10 unanswered points to tie it and then go in front. And then Auburn gets the touchdown. They're up by 4. Kitchen seems to pass. Brown cuts back into the middle and over midfield at the 44-yard line. And let's check in with Mike Tirico.
All right, Ron, folks tuning in for Notre Dame Air Force, trying to see Bo Morgan become the 8th player for 1,000 yards passing and rushing. Game kicks off in 6 minutes. We'll keep you updated.
31 yards gained on the play by Brown, as Alabama just jumps right back. Kitchens right over the middle. Haight can't hold on. Drops the ball.
Ron, when you get in this kind of situation, both coaching staffs late in the game have done a nice job on this, and what you want is right here. Both of them, Alabama and Auburn, both have their timeouts left, and they're probably going to need it with 7:19. So a good job by both coaches getting to the fourth quarter inside of 7 minutes, and they got their full complement of timeouts.
Mike, both quarterbacks, 259 yards passing today.
Same high school.
That's right. Swings this one out. Riddle decides to juggle it, then takes it inside the 40, and it'd be pushed out by Miska.
Dennis Riddle would have made that catch on the first opportunity. He may have been able to pick up the first down, but the juggling cost him a little time.
Curtis Brown comes trotting back on, the singer out of Johns Island, South Carolina. Third down. The line to make is the 35 of Auburn. Riddle, and he is going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a gain of 1. Dorsey and Stacy there defensively.
Decision time for Gene Stallings, but I think with the 3 timeouts, you punt Auburn in the hole. Looks like they're going to go for it.
Yep, Todrick Malone bringing the play from the bench.
4th and 3. Got a call here.
Williams had to cover, and this place just erupted.
Freddie Kitchens trying to hit Todrick Malone on the little slant pass. Pretty good coverage. Tyrese Williams, number 22, makes the deflection.
So Auburn takes it over with 6 minutes and 27 seconds left in the ball game. And they go with the running play. And they'll pick up a couple of yards as Kevin Jackson comes up to make the hit on Stephen Davis.
Ron, why that becomes such a tough call. If you make the first down, of course, it's a great call. But if you punt him in the hole, and you can punt that ball inside the 20, then you're playing with field position. We're still with 6:06 in the clock and 3 timeouts. But now, still, your defense can do the job. Stop them right here and get the ball back for Freddie Kitchens in the offense. Auburn wants to burn clock.
Big count right into the middle. Fred Beasley. Fred will have a couple. It's going to be 3rd down as Dwayne Rudd
is down at the bottom of the pile. You know, Mike, when you look at the nucleus, don't forget Notre Dame Air Force coming up right after this one. When you look at the nucleus coming back for Alabama next year with Deshae Townsend, Cedric Samuel, Dwayne Rudd, Kevin Jackson, Staten, there's some very good players returning next year. Nix with an audible here on third down. They come with the blitz. They pitch Davis right where Staten was, and he got the first down. And Mike Adamle, let's go down to the sideline and check in with you.
Yeah, just a word on Stephen Davis. As everybody knows, he was one of the preseason favorites to win the Heisman Trophy, a Heisman Trophy candidacy that never got off the ground because of Terry Bowden's idea to go with a more full whiteout system. And in Stephen's credit, he has not whined, he has not complained, but you know when he sees people like Eddie George and Darnell Autry getting all those carries that he's a little bit envious of it. And as a running back, you want to get that. You need to get in that rhythm. He just hasn't been able to do that tonight.
Davis flag goes down, and he breaks it big. And I'll tell you, from where that flag was thrown, that umpire may have just broken their heart with a holding call. And let's check in with Mike Tirico. Mike?
All right, Ron, as we wait to sort out the flag, we're not going to leave Auburn, Alabama before that game's done. We just want to let you know, in Colorado Springs, this is a live picture. Air Force won the toss. They've elected to receive. Notre Dame's Kevin Kopka, the freshman, will kick off. The Irish rank 8th in the country. A win here. They're in the top 10 and a part of the Bowl Alliance. This game is coming up on ESPN right after we're done with Auburn and Alabama. Just want to give you a little flavor of the opening kickoff. Returned by LaRon Hudgens of Air Force to the 21. The Falcons will take over from there. Let's get you back to Ron, Mike, and Mike in Auburn.
Well, what we just suggested prior to the cutaway there, that it was indeed a holding call. And, Mike, that's going to be about a 55-yard difference in that play, isn't it?
A big play by Stephen Davis into the secondary, and the holding call was thrown quick by the umpire.
Davis again, and he gets batted by Walters. Take a look at it again.
See, the flag was down quick. Stephen Davis into the secondary. Shows you the power that he runs with and also the deceptive speed.
So instead of being at the 11-yard line, the ball came back to around the 41-yard line. Their own 41-yard line. Three minutes, 54 seconds left in the ball game. Davis again, off the right side, close to the 45-yard line. It's Kevin Jackson who came up and made the hit on here.
This is when you like to have a big back like Stephen Davis, who's 230. 6'3", because you know you're running against stacked fronts in there, 8-9 people, but you want to burn clock. That's what Terry Bowden wants to do right now.
And Alabama has just called a timeout to stop it at 3:34. So let's take a break. Auburn by 4. We'll come right back.
Right here, right now, this is where you want to be. Everything's new at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Even new ways to save. The 96 Buyer's Choice Drive Away. It's your choice. Our biggest cashback ever on 96 models. Or our lowest APR. Even our lowest lease rates on all 96 cars and minivans. Right here, right now. This is where you want to be. For a limited time, only at your local Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Foot action. Foot action's when I take my man off the dribble, run through a double pick, then square up behind the arc and take it up over some guy like he's been dipped in concrete and left out to dry. That's foot action when you bust open and it starts raining threes.
Foot action's also where to get the latest Nike shoes and stuff you wear when you're doing your thing.
Looks like severe thunderstorms are headed towards the New York area.
For every action, there's foot action.
I was a hell of a handicapper. I had it down so good that I ran one of the biggest casinos in Las Vegas for 10 years.
They had it all. They ran the show, and it was paradise while it lasted.
Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone, Joe Pesci, a Martin Scorsese picture.
You realize what you can do? You can get us all killed!
Casino, rated R, starts Wednesday at theaters everywhere.
Welcome back. Here's the situation. 3:34 left in the ball game. It is third down Auburn. The line to make is the Alabama 40-yard line. And the Tigers tonight are 6 of 16 on third down conversion. Goodson goes to the top of your screen, and Willie Gaucher is wide out to the left. Nix goes long, and the comeback incomplete, and I think it is fortunate that play happened right in front of the Alabama bench.
Real close to interference on Fernando Bryant, number 25. Let's see if he makes contact before that ball gets to Tyrone Goodson. One-on-one coverage is deep. Comeback route, past the sticks, trying to pick up the first down. Let's see if Fernando Bryant hits him beforehand. I'd say he had a little nudge in there.
Still at fourth down. Hawkins to kick it away. Waits back at the 30. Townsend fumbles the ball at the 15. He can't do anything with it. And now here comes a flag down. Coleman is the man who came downfield and hit him. And Terry Bowden is all the way down the sideline. And Mike, if this is personal foul, I don't blame him.
Dead ball, personal foul, kicking team, 15 yards, first down.
This is a big break for Alabama, Ron, because instead of being stuck on your 16-yard line, saves you getting a first down and a half, because that ball's coming out to the 31. John Colin, number 46, I believe, it's going to be the call.
Yeah. Auburn fans have got to be saying they thought they had pass interference a moment ago, and now this call, Alabama is being smiled on right now. Kitchens drills the ball. It's Malone, and he will be close to the first down at the 40-yard line. Williams with the tackle.
Well, as we wind down here with 3:04, you figure Todrick Malone's going to be the guy. Freddie Kitchens, the sophomore, tries to put his name in the books here.
Incomplete. Brown couldn't hold on to it on the first down pass, and it stops it with 2:47 left in the ball game.
I think the shotgun will help Freddie Kitchens, gets him a better view of the play. He threw that ball again very, very quick. Curtis Brown just turned around and couldn't find the football. That's happened about 3 times tonight to Curtis Brown.
Brown got it and then stepped out of bounds in Auburn territory. Melton with the cover, but he threw it perfectly.
Just wonder what's going through Gene Stallings' mind with 2:41. This is his last game as the head coach of Alabama. He's really close with his players, and just can imagine the thoughts going through his mind right now.
Auburn shows blitz, they stay at home. And the pass to the sideline, almost intercepted. Melton cut in front, and Freddie Kitchens is extremely fortunate right now.
Well, Melton sat on the route. He knew they were going to throw the out again. They curled the out to the outside, so he just sat right on the route on Marcel West. Should have had this interception, Larry Melton. Ron, you talk about the pressure on Gene Stallings. On the other side, Terry Bowden doesn't want to be the first coach to lose a home game here to Alabama.
Second down, Kitchen's going to run. Terry Solomon was the first man to get there, and now it is third down. And Alabama needs to take this football just inside the 38-yard line.
You're Auburn, you're Wayne Hall, you've got to try to figure a way. Double those outside receivers. Can't forget Patrick Cape inside. Chad Keys, also a possession-type receiver, the former quarterback.
Caught by West. Fighting inside the 35-yard line, and it's a first down for Alabama. Martavius Houston holding on.
Corners aren't getting any help from Auburn. They're on the islands on the outside. Del McGee versus a really impressive Marcel West. Freddie Kitchen really makes this play because he was trying to go into Curtis Brown on the left side, came back, but because he's got such a strong arm, Ron, he's able to do that. Look one side, be able to come off and throw the ball the outside on the other.
Del McGee took too much of a gamble there. That could have cost him a touchdown. Comes over to make the tackle as he comes sliding down, or at least he'll get credit for it at the 25-yard line. And with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining, Alabama has called a timeout. So I'll tell you what let's do. We have a timeout. Let's check in at Colorado Springs with Brad Nessler at the beginning of that Notre Dame and Air Force game. Brad.
All right, Ron, we've got 9:18 left in the first quarter here from Colorado Springs and Falcon Stadium. And the Falcon fans out to watch as Air Force takes on the 8th-ranked team in the country. And a bowl game riding on this for Air Force. And everybody knows the importance in the alliance situation for Notre Dame. And that young man making his first start, Thomas Krug, the quarterback for Notre Dame. And on second down and 8, we might see him throw for the first time, except they're going to whistle this dead.
Notre Dame is already showing a new formation they haven't showed at all this year. Mark Edwards playing the other tight end, trying to keep the Air Force undersized linebackers not having open space on the edge of the formations. Little change up for Lou Holtz. 2 weeks to prepare. Lou Holtz pretty good.
Dead ball. Both start on the offense. Second down.
Well, that'll back it up to the 16-yard line as we send it back to Ron Franklin. Ron?
Okay, Brad. Okay, Brad, our situation. It is second down and short, about 1.5 yards. Terry Bowden looking on. His ball club had forged into the lead, 31-27. About to go under a minute to play, and Kitchens on a scramble is hit by spikes. And now it's going to be third down. And Mike, I think he lost about 1/2 yard on the play, did he not?
Yeah, they've got to move a little bit quicker than they're moving right now. Get their formation. They still got one timeout, but they don't want to burn it right here. Now it's important also to pick the first down up. They're spending far too much time here getting set up. This is a sophomore quarterback for you.
From the shotgun, zings the pass, complete. Tyrek Malone, and he will have the first down at the 22-yard line as Melton was holding on.
Gene Stallings is trying to officiate over there also because he wants that timeout ball on the first down to get the sticks. Alabama's got to get to the line of scrimmage. On the other side, you got Terry Bowden just saying back to his defensive people.
Auburn by 4. You see the clock working down. 32, now 31. Going for the end zone. Brown is there. Caught it out of bounds.
Curtis Brown just ran out of real estate in the corner. Let's just see how close he was.
Yep, good call.
Out of bounds. Officials have done a nice job because they're playing one short. One official got injured early in the ball game. They're trying to make up for him. A good call.
Second down, 21 seconds left. Drills it incomplete. Marcel West is who he wanted. Tonight's Visa players of the game from Alabama, Todrick Malone, you see his numbers, and from Auburn is Patrick Nix. And as a part of their continued effort to further the development of amateur athletics, Visa proud to donate $1,000 to each of these universities and $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team on behalf of these athletes. Third down. 16 seconds left in the ball game. Kitchens going for the end zone. Overthrows it. It's going to be fourth down with 9 seconds left.
Wasn't a receiver in the area for Freddie Kitchens on that play. Had to bust that ball.
Look at these seniors. And we're just holding on for dear life. For Nix, a feeling that, you know, you're helpless because you can't go out there, but you're pulling so hard for your teammates, and Alabama has just burned their final timeout. 31-27 with 9 seconds left.
We talked about it at the start, but when you get in a rivalry situation, you live with this game for 365 days, the results of this ball game. That's why it's so important. It's important in recruiting, but it's important to your fans more so than anything. But you talked about the seniors wanting to go out with a win over the rival. So these last 9 seconds, mean an awful lot to these players on both sidelines. This is something you prepare for and you play for when you started practice in August and lifting those weights back in December to get to this point.
Players up, pacing on both sides. Obviously, nobody in the mood to really sit around in this one. They're going to come as close as they can to the field and just try to send some positive vibes out there. Now the players asking the students to stand up and cheer louder. I'm not sure that's physically possible. So here comes the play. It is fourth down. They need 10. 9 seconds left in the ball game, and the crowd will let you know. Incomplete. Two seconds still on the stadium clock. This game is not over. Auburn is going to be penalized, I would feel sure, for excessive celebration here as the coach is trying to get everybody off the field. Terry pointed up at the clock saying we still got 2 seconds left.
Last attempt, Ron, just no one really around Chad Key. Ball thrown too far by Freddie Kitchens, and the reaction of the winning coach.
The end of the game with the final score, Auburn 31, Alabama 27, from Mike Godfrey and Mike Adamley. And our entire ESPN crew, Ron Franklin, saying so long from Auburn, Alabama. Right now, let's join Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson in Colorado Springs.